Thank you so much for attending this online watch party to tax Amazon. In just a few minutes, we're going to be hearing from Councilmember Kshama Sawant, who, as people likely know, is the primary sponsor of this bill, together with Councilmember Tammy Morales. Today will be the second City Council meeting to discuss our movement's tax Amazon legislation, and we have already seen Mayor Durkan go on the attack against the idea of taxing for corporate campaign donors. Councilmember Kshama Sawant will talk about the basics of the tax Amazon legislation, specifics about the $200 million it would raise for coronavirus relief for 100,000 households this year. $500 million for permanently affordable, high quality, union built social housing and Green New Deal programs to massively reduce Seattle's carbon emissions. Kshama will also talk about how to answer Mayor Durkan's lies and distortions and what to expect at the committee meeting today. And that's what the bulk of this pre-online watch party will be about, to further develop those answers and how to make public comment to advocate for the Amazon tax, which in reality are the points we're going to be raising over and over again with our neighbors, friends, family, to combat the lies that we heard in 4 hit pieces run by the Seattle Times in just a little over a week. Hopefully many of you watching have already signed up for public comment today, but if you have not and would still like to sign up for public comment, it's hugely useful. Ted Verdone from Councilmember Kshama Sawant's office will walk us through how to sign up now. Then after that demonstration, I'll introduce the rest of today's speakers, and then Councilmember Sawant will introduce today's discussion. So Ted, why don't you go ahead and take it?
Thank you, Adam. And as was mentioned, there are many people who are already signed up for public comment today. There's no guarantee that you would get a chance to speak if you do sign up for public comment, but it's still very valuable to sign up to demonstrate how many people want to come in for public comment. Often we are able to get the public comment time extended, so it's definitely worth signing up to advocate in favor of taxing Amazon and big business. The way that you're going to do that is you're going to go to this website, seattle.gov/council/committees/public-comment. That link will also be pasted into the chat windows of whatever streaming site you are using to watch this watch party right now. You go to that website and you scroll down to the bottom and there's a public comment sign-up sheet. You put your name, you put your email address. It must be a correct email address because you're going to get emailed at this email address with the phone-in information in order to connect to the public comment. You put whatever phone number you're going to use in order to call into public comment. The people managing technology in City Hall will find that phone number on the list and they will unmute you using that number. So it's got to be whatever number you intend to use to call in for. I will put in the number for Councilmember Sawant's office right now. And then you select today's budget committee meeting and you say what you want to speak about. You'll probably say tax Amazon. I'm going to say this is only a demonstration. You click submit. You should then be, it looks like a blank screen, but if I scroll up, it says public comment sign up and it says that I've been successful. I switch over to my email and I see a new email from Council Public Comment, and I scroll to the bottom of that email, and it gives me the information about how to phone in, the phone number that I call, and everything like that. And apparently, we're 79, so it's unlikely that I would get a chance to speak today, but it's still good that I signed up for public comment. For people watching this video, the next City Council Committee meeting on this topic in 2 weeks. Again, public comment opens up at 8 a.m., so you'll want to sign up for public comment right away. And I'm now going to send it back over to Adam.
All right, thank you, Ted. So yeah, in a few minutes, we're going to hear from Shama about the legislation. But I just want to also explain that after Shama will be hearing from Jonathan, a community organizer, and Jonathan Rosenblum in Shama's office is going to go over thoroughly one by one the key points to make when advocating for the Amazon tax and making the case to City Council, but also to working people, renters, struggling homeowners, the thousands of ordinary people who we know have been struggling for a long time through the worst affordable housing crisis in our city's history, and orders of magnitude more people who are now just reeling, working people from the health and economic impacts of the COVID-19 crisis. We are then going to hear from Jonathan and see some graphics about who we're up against, and we'll get to see some things that big business reps and the business owners are who so virulently oppose this tax are saying against such an, in reality, what is a modest tax to address such an urgent need. And then just like last week, we expect we'll have some time for questions and answers. And to ask a question, just type it into the chat field wherever you are, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and we'll answer it if we get a chance. We'll be taking them down and compiling them. Today, we'll continue with this online watch party throughout the council meeting. That's different from last week. When the committee meeting begins, we'll patch through the live stream right here. You will be able to continue to ask questions, get explanation of what the council is discussing right then and there as part of this watch party. So once again, we want to really thank everybody for coming this morning at 9 a.m. virtually on a Wednesday. We know it's not an easy time or way to engage the city council especially on such a critical tax, which impacts so many people. But again, thank you so much for coming. Hopefully you'll be able to give public comment. It does matter. We're having an impact. Those of you who were with us last week know speaker after speaker after speaker told poignantly why this tax is so desperately needed. And it's not a small stakeholder group. It's not a few random individuals cobbled together. This is a movement that's been building for years. We saw that demonstrated powerfully when we defeated Amazon's effort to buy the city council last year, when we had a 500-person strong launch kickoff on a snow day. And then, of course, just the action conferences and the meetings of late, the petitions. We've had more than 6,000 people sign a petition. And then, of course, hopefully people have seen the number of organizations and unions and individuals also who are advocating for this tax. So let's go ahead and let's hear from Shama about some of the specifics of what we're fighting for and what to expect at the committee meeting today. If Shama's ready, can she take it away?
Thank you, Adam, and Ted, thank you for going over the public comment instructions. And as Ted said, if you haven't signed in or signed up already, and if you missed Ted's presentation, please make sure you look at the link that will be shared by Nick Jones on the live stream feed, you know, the threads, chat threads. He'll make sure to share the link on the public comment. Make sure that you sign up if you haven't. And I have another request. We have fewer people today at the watch party right now than we had last Wednesday. Can you, while I'm speaking, can you all text your friends with the link to the watch party and say, you should join this because this is our movement. And if we want to win the Amazon tax, we have to fight for it, social distancing or otherwise, we have to build our movement. And so because we can't gather in person at City Hall, it is absolutely crucial that as many people as possible who care about winning this big business tax to fund our society's needs should sign on to this watch party. So message all your family and friends whom you know are interested in this and make sure that they get on. All they need to do is log on, put their earphones on and listen and watch. We need that support. And as Adam said, unlike last week, this is going to be seamless. So you're going to stay on this live stream and not leave it. And the committee will be streamed on this live stream. So you don't have to leave anywhere. You can stay here and watch the committee. And this will also allow us to have our own discussion for the movement to discuss as the committee goes on. And that's going to be very important. And I'll tell you why. Because today, and on May 13th, when this legislation is supposed to be voted on by the city council, you will very likely hear a lot of objections from the council members. And many of them will sound technocratic, many of them will sound valid, and and they will be couched not only in technical details, but it will also be prefaced by council members saying, hey, I'm only asking this to do this properly. We need to be smart. You'll hear this word smart all the time, and it will imply that our movement's legislation is not smart, or we are too rushed, or we didn't do this properly. You will hear all of this, but I want you to know that most of this will not be accurate, and most of it will be false. Most, if not all of it, will be false, because all these objections, technocratic objections, or these objections that are couched as we need to do this properly, most of this will be cover for what their real objection is, which is they are wealthy and big business benefactors don't want any tax. And it is not this tax, this mechanism for tax, big business tax, or that mechanism for big business tax that their objection is towards. Their objection is towards any taxes on big business. So we have to read between the lines and understand that most of their objections, though they sound updated for the new corporate payroll mechanism, are really just recycled garbage objections from 2017 and 2018. And I say garbage not because we don't take objections seriously. We are very, very serious. Our movement takes our work very, very seriously. My council office takes the work very, very seriously. But most of these objections are not based in either economic reality, and they're certainly not based in any kind of any idea of social justice or what is the moral thing to do right now in the middle of this pandemic. The real objection is no taxes on big business. Well, we don't agree with that at this moment, especially and also in all the period before the pandemic. Big business is enjoying a corporate tax haven, but especially now when our households are literally having to make a decision. Am I going to be able to buy food for my children, or do I have to pay rent to my exploitative corporate landlord? This is the situation many people are in. Joblessness has escalated at such a speed that almost overnight people have become destitute, because already most of us were living paycheck to paycheck. So you don't have one paycheck, that's it, you're in a financial crater. And look at the dire situation economically. The Congressional Budgeting Office in Washington DC has just reported that the first quarter GDP fell by 4.8%, and the projection for the second quarter is a plummeting of the GDP by 40%. I mean, this is depression level fall in the economy. And so the question that we have to ask, and the question that is, the the elephant in the room is, somebody has to pay for this crisis. So who's it going to be? Somebody is going to pay for this crisis. Is it going to be big business, the wealthy, the people who have massive cash reserves, who have, in a chronic fashion under capitalism, exploited it, underpaid our workers? Is it going to be the corporate landlords who have exploited renters by charging, sky high rents? Or is it going to be the same working class and middle class and small business who already gets exploited even before the pandemic? So that's the question. Somebody's going to pay. It's our job as a movement to absolutely fight to make big business and the wealthy pay for this. And that's what this tax is, a tax on wealthy people. It's not a tax on workers. So one of the things you'll hear is that it's a tax on the employees of the companies. Absolutely false. I can tell you as an economist, there is no basis in reality for that. They will say somehow these corporations will suffer if you tax them. Again, no statistical evidence to show that a tax on big business or on wealthy people does anything bad to the economy. That is not how it works. Everybody, the whole economy is in crisis, but not because we will pass the Amazon tax, but because the economy is in recession because of the way capitalism functions. Unless people buy, we don't have growth rate. And that's why when people are not buying, the growth rate plummets. So it has nothing to do with the Amazon tax. The Amazon tax, what it will do is create thousands of jobs. And I'm not going to go into detail in that, because Jonathan is going to go over some really fascinating details as to how many jobs this is going to be created. And we don't claim this is the only thing that's needed. We need massive changes at the federal level. where there's a stimulus for workers, there's a bailout for workers, there's a creation of jobs at the federal level. But certainly the Amazon tax at the city level is going to make a huge difference in the job situation, in the housing situation, in the Green New Deal situation. So for all of this, you should definitely listen to what Jonathan is going to say, but also look at the FAQ that we have prepared. FAQ is frequently asked questions. So Nick is going to share the link to that. Make sure you read through it between now and also during the committee, because you'll hear many of these objections, and we have very, very clear and truthful and bold answers to all of these false objections. They will talk about jobs as if this is going to be bad for jobs. And as a matter of fact, it's going to create thousands of jobs. They will talk about the detailed mechanisms involved in the legislation. And one of the things they will talk about a lot, and Jonathan will go over this, is there's something called inter-fund loans, which are basically, pockets of revenues that are available in a routine manner inside the city's budget that can be used for other purposes because they're not being used for anything right now. And then when the tax starts being collected next year from big business paying the tax, we can immediately fulfill whatever was taken from that other pocket in the city councils, the city's budget. Now they are going to make a big deal out of this. The council members are going to act like interfund loans. They have never heard of this. Oh my God, what is this? This is reckless. We can't borrow. Are you talking about borrowing during a recession? They will make all kinds of outlandish exclamations about this. Just know, as the FAQ says, as Jonathan is going to say, this is a routine procedure, accounting procedure that the city goes through virtually every year. And so, don't accept what they're saying at face value. They are only latching on to this or that or the other objection in some detail in the legislation because they don't want a tax on big business. And they're also doing this because they are nervous right now. Our movement has momentum. That is why Durkan, who has been in the shadows, Mayor Durkan has been in the shadows for a long time on this Amazon tax. Now she has come out and said it's never going to happen. Well, do we want to prove her wrong? Then we got to fight for it. She says it's never going to happen. Are we going to make sure it happens? Hold her accountable, hold Alex Peterson accountable, hold the entire city council accountable, urge Councilmember Mosqueda, who voted with me against the repeal in 2018, which was a very good thing. Urge her to support this in full, urge her to not water it down. Let her know that you want this to be an emergency legislation. That is another thing that they will latch on to. Oh, this emergency clause strange thing. It's irresponsible. Irresponsible not helping the household interest right now when they don't have any grocery shopping. That we're talking about. Talking about providing the bare minimum cash assistance for the house the most in our city from the pandemic. That's why we need. Hello.
We were having a difficult time hearing you, but then it cleared up. So please continue, and hopefully it'll.
And that's okay. And so we are strongly, our movement has to defend the emergency clause because that is not some technical language. It is because there's an actual emergency. And how irresponsible for the highest legislative body of the city to not treat an emergency like an emergency. Of course, if it's an emergency, we will treat it like an emergency. That is the moral and the politically responsible thing to do. And that is why we have it. And you should all urge the city council not to water it down. As Adam said, not everybody who signed up will be able to speak in public comment. Likely we'll have just half an hour. It's okay. Make sure that the city council hears from you, send them repeated emails, and call them and make sure that they hear from you, but not as if you're begging them to do the right thing. You should demand that they do the right thing because our movement is fighting for fighting to hold the city council accountable. One other point I'll make is council members Juarez, Herbold, and Gonzalez, all three of them had voted for the repeal of the Amazon tax in 2018, which was very, very bad. But you know what our message has to be to them? Look, most of us in life, we don't get the chance to right the wrongs we have done. There are so many things I personally regret. I'm sure everybody who's on this call, there are things that we regret that we have done in life, but we don't get the chance to rectify it. Well, they have a historic opportunity to rectify the betrayal that they engaged in 2018. vote for this tax in full without watering down, and absolutely you will have made up for the repeal in 2018, which was unforgivable. But they have to do the right thing this time. And this is the point I'll end on. You know, let's not make the mistake of being on the defensive. We should boldly be fighting to tax big business at this moment and in the future, because it is not something that is it's not like, oh, big business should do a little bit to help society. The others we're not asking for something lavish or something like that. We should point out what a highway robbery big business has engaged in for decades, not just in Seattle, but nationwide. And look at the kind of profiteering and corruption they're engaging in, even in the middle of this pandemic, as 1 million people are reported in the US having the coronavirus, and so many have died, especially poor and working class people. What I'm referring to is an article from the New York Times this morning, which shows, and I'll share the link with Nick in a second so he can share it with you. But the point that they're making this article is that when the federal government set up loans for small business, you're seeing many big businesses and CEOs grabbing that money, not letting small businesses have it, and grabbing millions for themselves, and then giving massive salary increases to their CEOs and giveaways to their shareholders. It is absolutely disgusting what they're doing. And just to end on this, Seattle Times, which the Seattle Times editorial board is conservative and it hates any kind of taxes on big business. They say that they are struggling. They're going to pay this tax. They say they're struggling. Well, guess what? Seattle Times just got a $10 million stimulus from the federal government. Which of us has got even $500,000 from the federal government? We haven't got anything other than the basic unemployment, the Bernie bucks, and the federal stimulus, which is a one-time payment, which is not going to help us get through month after month. So let's not be apologetic. Let's boldly fight for this tax.
All right.
Thank you, Shama, and thank you everybody for being on this watch party once again. My name is Jonathan Rosenblum. I'm an organizer in Councilmember Sawant's office. Can you just give me a thumbs up that you can hear me okay, just to be sure? Thank you very much. So we're going to review very quickly some of the guidelines for Tax Amazon public testimony. We'll review a little bit about what our opponents are saying, and then I want to share with you some very exciting information we have, as Shama mentioned, on the job numbers, and again go a little deeper on one of the topics that Shama mentioned in her remarks just now. First of all, on the guidelines for Amazon tax Amazon testimony, remember that today people will be limited, if you're public speaking, to 1 minute each. And what we found last week is, with introduction time and everything, that's really 45 to 50 seconds. A number of people unfortunately got cut off by the chair. This is not our committee to chair, so we don't get to control the mic. And unfortunately, people got cut off. So it's better to have a shorter statement that fits within 45 to 50 seconds than to be cut off by the chair. Let's go to the next slide, if we may. When you speak, you'll introduce yourself, where you live, and your council district, if you know what it is, and where you work, or if you've lost work, where you used to work. And please do note if you're a member of a union or a political or community organization. Next slide, please. Basic points, and I think most people are very familiar with these, that we are facing a triple emergency. And I have to say that this notion of a triple emergency and the description that it's a public health emergency, an ongoing housing emergency, and now a jobs and income emergency seems to be having a lot of resonance and impact. So we'd encourage people to talk about this because it is a triple emergency. And that big business can afford to pay this very modest tax to fund the urgently needed assistance, $200 million in urgently needed aid to working class households, and longer term funding for affordable social housing and the Green New Deal. Let's go to the next. We know that the Amazon tax covers the top 2% of businesses. The other 98% are all exempt, right? This is just the top 2% of businesses in Seattle. That's about 800 businesses, including Amazon and the other big ones that you can imagine, Microsoft, Google, big downtown law firms, big developers, big real estate companies. Those are the ones who would pay the tax. And what they would pay for is immediate cash assistance for up to 100,000 vulnerable households, a massive expansion of affordable, publicly controlled social housing, 10,000 new rent-controlled homes in the next decade, upgrade of tens of thousands of existing homes to meet Green New Deal standards, and the creation and support of potentially thousands of good union jobs. I'm going to come back to that point in just a few minutes. Let's go to the next slide. We do have a handy infographic online, and if you want to go to Chama's webpage, you can find it, pull it up, and look at the numbers, that some of which I've just reviewed. You go to that website that you see in blue, right? Seattle.gov/council/Sawant. You click on the Tax Amazon heading on the left side of the page, and then the 2-page infographic will appear. And there you go with the infographic. Let's go back to the slide deck if we can. Next slide, please. Most important thing is to tell your story. In your own words, why do we need to tax big business to fund COVID relief, social housing, and the Green New Deal? What's happened to you and your family as a result of this housing crisis? As a result of the COVID crisis? Do you have a brief story or personal experience to share? And if you have time, explain why council members must stand with working people and not big business in supporting the Amazon tax. And again, this is going to be a very brief presentation if you're giving public comment, so just be aware of that. I want to go, if we can, to the next slide deck on what some of our opponents are saying. For those of you who were on last week, you might be familiar with some of these quotes. We've added a couple more, but we can see that big downtown hotels are opposed to the tax. Lane Powell, big downtown law firm, talks about how this is such an extraordinary challenge for companies to be taxed at a rate of 1.3% of their payroll, which actually works out to about a 1% tax when you consider the company's overall budget. They don't want to pay 1% of their revenue, while tens of thousands of us have lost jobs, are at risk of losing our homes, and so on. Let's go to the next slide. Oh. Now, one of the things that we're going to hear from our opponents is that this is a tax on jobs and this is going to cost us jobs. And thankfully, we now have some data from the central staff of City Council. These are the policy analysts, the experts who dig in and get the data and the facts that we can put out. And they also developed the legislation, have been working tremendously long hours to develop this material. Finally, late yesterday, we got the numbers on the jobs that would be created by our tax Amazon legislation. And we are going to need to get this up on our website so you have easy access to it. But what the central staff have determined is that nearly 34,000 jobs will be created or supported by our tax Amazon legislation in the first decade that it is implemented in 3 different ways. First is that with new construction of this new affordable housing, we're going to create jobs, both directly, indirectly, and induced. And what that means is the direct jobs are, when the electricians and the carpenters and the cement masons get hired to build the building, that's a direct job. An indirect job is the sort of jobs that get created because now there's a demand for more sheetrock, for more rebar, for more supplies and so on. So that's going to create jobs in manufacturing and distribution and warehouse work. And induced jobs are the jobs that get created because now you've got more workers who are in the economy, spending money, going to restaurants, shopping and so on. And that's going to also create more jobs. The net production of jobs as a result of our social housing is going to be about 10,630 jobs in the first decade. Similarly, our Green New Deal investments like home heat conversion, putting solar panels on top of roofs, insulation and weatherization of existing homes, that's also going to create direct, indirect, and induced jobs, about 22,860 over the first 10 years of our legislation. And then finally, as you may know, a lot of our housing is especially going to be serving in the first few years people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, who may be struggling with other issues, mental health, substance abuse, and so on. And they're going to be provided under our legislation with what's called permanent supported housing. And you might hear today during the presentation, PSH. That's what permanent supported housing is. And that is housing where there are social workers and counselors and people to help you every day, 24/7, within the housing unit itself, within the building itself. And so our program is going to create about 540 new jobs. These are permanent jobs of people who are providing social services day in and day out to people who are newly housed. All told, if you add up those numbers in the right-hand column for the first 10 years, it's about 34,000 jobs that are going to be created or supported by our tax Amazon legislation. So the next time we hear about how this is going to be a job killer, we have to just say out and out, this is just pure and simple BS, that in fact, the data show that our tax Amazon legislation is going to create good jobs just when Seattleites desperately need more work. All right, let me see if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any questions that have been put up. Let's keep that jobs slide up if we can. Excellent, thank you very much. And I will ask Adam or Shama if there are any questions or if they, oh, there's one other point, I'm sorry, that I did want to review with people. Shama talked about this interfund loan business. And as you may be familiar, the tax under our legislation would take effect on June 1st of this year. But companies wouldn't actually be billed for and responsible for paying the tax until 2021. And that's simply a function of the mechanics of how the city sets up new tax systems and begins to bill and collect the money. And so to fund the $200 million of emergency COVID relief, we have to basically borrow from next year's resources to pay for the resources right now for that emergency COVID relief. And to do that, we are going to be doing what's called an interfund loan. Think about it this way, that money comes into the city from many different sources, from B&O taxes, from sales taxes, from property taxes and fees and so on. And it all goes into a pool. Some of it gets spent immediately. A lot of it doesn't get spent immediately because it's for projects that have been committed down the road that we know the city is going to have to pay for these projects, but the bills aren't due then. Let me give you an example. The Low-Income Housing Fund receives housing levy tax revenue to build affordable housing, but it often holds on to that money for years before it spends the money. And that's because the time it takes to site, plan, design, and develop projects, it takes time to do all those things. And there's a lag time between the money flowing into the fund and then the money flowing out. And it's this lag time that produces the fund balances that are available for short-term loaning. So the Low-Income Housing Fund is expected to have close to $300 million of funds at the end of the year that are committed for projects in 2021, 22, 23, 24, and so on, but is not spent. That money is sitting in an account waiting to be spent. Our interfund loan will simply say, we're going to borrow that money now. We're going to repay it in 2021 so that people get emergency COVID relief now, and so that these important housing projects do indeed get funded and built at the time that the planners had intended. Our interfund loan will not delay a single project. It will not take a single dime from any existing programs as a result. It simply is borrowing money using that lag time between when the money comes into the city and when it gets spent. So now I'm going to ask Shama or Adam if there's any other points that I need to raise. Otherwise, I think we'll move to the next part of our agenda.
Yeah, and there are, in fact, Jonathan, a couple of questions. One is where the job numbers come from. Krista Irwin asked that. And just another question that's come up a couple of times, which we have a direct answer to, is that this presentation is included in the FAQ that's been linked, or the information in there. So it is publicly shared out already. But Jonathan, where do the numbers come from?
So the job numbers have been developed by the policy analysts at central staff by looking at a number of things. So for example, on the housing construction data, the industry, these are not the workers, but actually the bosses who run the construction industry have developed data over the years that determine how much, for every 100 unit apartment building that gets constructed, how many construction jobs are supported, how many logistics jobs are supported, how many manufacturing jobs are supported. And so we've actually used the industry numbers themselves to develop these data. Similarly, on the Green New Deal investments, the industry, especially the industry, the solar industry, the electrification industries, have developed estimates that in this case, for every $1 million in retrofitting a house to meet Green New Deal standards, it generates or supports 17 jobs. And again, those are data that come from the industry. The permanent supported housing data also come from our experience right now. The city does have and does fund PSH in a number of places with a number of nonprofit providers in the community. And so we can see with projects that are already operating, for example, by Downtown Emergency Service Center, we know how many social workers they need. We know how many addiction counselors that they need. We know how many receptionists and how many assistants they need in each of these buildings based on the size of the number of units in the building. And so we can very accurately project how many permanent supported housing social service jobs are going to be needed for each unit that we build. And so these are solid numbers that come out of experience and that come out of the industry data. The second question, I'm sorry, go again, Adam.
Yeah, no, I believe that we've already got the second question, which was where the information can be found. Is it public? And just to clarify, where the jobs data can be found in the FAQ. So this is, it's 9:42 in the morning. These are this is a lot of data, a lot of information for people to process. We know our movement is, of course, about far more than just these numbers, which are so critical to know, but it's about people and about the communities that we're fighting for, so that we have basic needs and it's paid for by the big businesses and by the super wealthy who have the resources. So let's have a little bit of a kind of a pick me up, and anybody who's been to a Tax Amazon rally or heard these public comments knows that we've got a real power hitter in Reverend Angela Ying, pastor at Bethany United Church of Christ, and a real awesome voice for our community in this Tax Amazon movement. So let's hear about this movement a little bit more, about why we're fighting, from Reverend Angela Ying, if you could take it over.
Thanks, everyone. Good morning. Are you ready? When we fight, we win. I just want to share with you, yesterday, Sister Anila Afzali from MAPS Amen, Rabbi David Basur from Kadima Jewish Reconstructionists, Reverend Robert Jeffrey Sr. from New Hope Baptist Missionary, and I was over 70 faith leaders called on the city council to adopt and approve this tax Amazon legislation. So you are not alone. And so I just want to share with you, when those of people say, and you hear those words, yeah, it will not happen, that's your cue. That's your cue to be bold, to have courage, to keep getting the signatories for the ballot initiative, because for love and justice of the people, it will happen. Do you hear me? It will happen. We can see it, we can imagine it, and together we'll make it happen, because when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. As others have shared, our city is facing a triple emergency: the COVID public health emergency, the ongoing housing emergency, and now a jobs and income emergency. So this is the time. We don't want any more talk. We want real leadership. We want real action. And we need a moral imperative and mandate to enact a tax Amazon legislation for the people of this city. I'm grateful for all of you as we continue to work on this, because it's much needed. We know that we can, when we fight together, we win together. The Sawant Morales legislation, as Jonathan and others have said, provide immediate and emergency aid to up to 100,000 vulnerable households. And we know that with tens of thousands of Seattle workers out of work, and the front line of people, health workers, and all of you risking your lives, we need to stand with and by you. So we will make sure the wealthiest top 2%, just 2% of big businesses can afford to pay this very modest tax of 1%. The other 98%, let's make it clear, are exempt. They could afford it, so we could have needed assistance, long-term funding for affordable social housing, tens of thousands of desperately needed union jobs, and the Green New Deal. Let's continue to work together. It is more imperative, and we will call on the Seattle City Council to pass this as is. Thank you for all that work continuously, nonstop, endlessly. I'm so deeply grateful. And I know that together we will make it happen. When somebody says, and you know this from past, it will not happen, that is our cue to make it happen. But when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Reverend Ying. We've got a couple more questions that have come in, and we've got time. The first one is a question I'd like Jonathan to maybe address. It comes from also from Krista Irwin. How many units of housing over what period of time will this Amazon tax create? That's a really critical question. Could you go into that a little bit, Jonathan?
Yes, that's an excellent question. And again, according to central staff, with the amount of funding that we are projecting, the city will be able to build around 10,000 new social homes over the first decade under our legislation. And I would note that we're going to start off, certainly in the first few years, the way our legislation is crafted, building more homes for those who are in the lower income brackets, those very low income or people who are no income, because those are the people who most desperately need the homes. But we're also going to build homes for people who are working, maybe bus drivers, teachers, others who are working but struggling in today's market. All told, though, we will be able to build, again, about 10,000 affordable homes in the first decade of the legislation.
All right, thank you so much, Jonathan. And that's kind of those are the exciting numbers that we're talking about with this kind of a tax when we gear it towards the people who can pay, the big businesses, including trillion-dollar company like Amazon. We've got another good question from Ryan Minalga, and maybe Shama, you could go into this one. It says, what alternative solutions are the opposers proposing? Can you go into that a little bit, Shama?
Yes, absolutely. And I think this is a very, very important question. What alternatives are the opponents of this tax proposing? And this question really goes to the heart of the matter. Why are big business and their political representatives in the democratic, establishment in the city, like Mayor Durkin, like Councilmember Peterson, but also other council members who haven't come out in the open yet, why are they naysaying this tax? And why is it that every time we talk about $15 an hour or renters' rights or progressive revenues to fund our city's needs through taxing the wealthiest in our city, why is it that they're always objecting? Is it because they have better ideas? Well, if they had better ideas, we would welcome them. But as a matter of fact, they don't have other ideas. And their opposition, as I said before, is not to this or that idea. It's to the it's a fundamental objection to any kind of tax on big business. And you should see why they are fighting so strenuously. I mean, big business and their political representatives are fiercely opposed to this tax. Is it because it is going to put an onerous burden on them? No, actually, the tax rate is just 1.3% tax. And this is, as was mentioned earlier, on the 2% largest businesses, meaning by definition, 98% of businesses are exempt. So don't allow them to hold small business as a shield to prevent taxes on big business, because small businesses will not be taxed. 98% of the businesses in the city will not be taxed. And grocery stores, non-profit enterprises, and also public employers will not be taxed. So the only corporations that will be taxed are the wealthiest, the most profitable, the biggest, the ones with the most cash reserves, the ones which have a lot of money through which they pay their billionaire shareholders, they pay all their executives, lavish salaries. That's where the money is going to come from. And the money is going to fund our most urgent needs for housing, and also, immediately for coronavirus relief for our most struggling households. If they had an alternative idea, we would welcome that idea. We would examine this, and we would be in a situation where we could, pass a legislation that brings up the best idea. The fact is that there is no magic wand solution to this crisis other than taxing big business. That is the only thing that also got the US economy out of the Great Depression many decades ago when we weren't alive, which is through raising taxes on big business and funding social programs, public works programs, like the one we're talking about with the massive construction of social housing and Green New Deal programs. That is a public works program, because it is through carrying out good things like building affordable rent control housing that we are able to create public sector union good jobs. And when those people have good jobs, it will revive the local economy. It will actually provide a boost to the local small businesses as well. I mean, I'll be frank with you. Look, I'm a socialist. I don't think this is enough. I don't think capitalism ultimately will solve all our problems. But I also think we have to completely reject their false objections that this is not going to work. This has never been done before. None of that is true. It is all false. It has been done. And as a matter of fact, when the economy is in a deep recession like we are right now, the only thing that works is what we are doing, which is taxing big business to make sure that we are able to fund jobs and social programs like affordable housing. But here's the thing, why are they fiercely opposed to it to this extent if it's just 1.3%? And keep in mind, effectively, it's not even a 1.3% tax, because the 1.3% tax is on the payroll portion of the corporation's budget. So effectively, for most of these corporations that will be paying this tax, it will be less than 1.3% and often less than 1% of the tax. Compare that to a household that is making $25,000 a year and has paid over 17% of tax year after year in this state, which has been a corporate tax haven. And that's the deal. The reason they are opposed to it so furiously is not because they won't be able to afford it, but what they are really afraid of is the example this tax will set. Imagine if we are able to win the Amazon tax, what will happen? Look back at what happened when we won $15 an hour. When we won $15 an hour, was there an economic apocalypse in this city? Absolutely not. What instead happened is that the victory of working class people here really empowered working people's movements in different cities, different states, and $15 an hour was won in multiple cities and states. That is what big business is afraid of, is the contagion of working class confidence. Because if we win one victory, we will have a shot in the arm to win other victories. That is why, whether this tax is a 0.5% or 1.3%, whether this tax is on 800 businesses or 700 businesses, it doesn't matter whether they're interfund loans or not. None of this matters. They will oppose it, period, because they don't want a positive example to be set to our movements. And that is precisely why we should fight hard, because what we can gain out of this is not only our tax, but potentially other cities also winning taxes on big business. And also, sorry, Adam, just quickly, it's not just me saying this or our, people on this call saying this. I just wanted Nick to share the link to an article that was published recently by Katie Wilson, who is the executive secretary of the Transit Riders Union, which is one of the organizations that has endorsed and has been part of the Tax Amazon movement. She's also going to be at the committee table today. I just wanted to quote from this article. It says, lawmakers should work, sorry, I won't read this part. Most urgently, Seattle must take the lead in implementing a new progressive business tax. A payroll-based business tax is almost a mirror image of an income tax. Rather than taxing the income of at its destination, you go to the source. Council members Kshama Sawant and Tammy Morales have put forward one proposal for how to do this and how best to direct the revenue. If their colleagues don't agree with the details, they should propose another way. There you go. This is, this is exactly what Brian is asking. If they don't agree with the details, then let them propose another way. Otherwise, they have to pass this tax.
All right, thank you so much, Kshama. So yeah, it's 9:55. We're just a few minutes out from the start of the council meeting. We're going to hear from Ted in just a couple of minutes about, just some of the technical challenges we may expect. We want to be aware of them so that if and when they happen, we can just get back on in a couple of minutes and it doesn't drop us off completely. But of course, it's not going to, Kshama is absolutely right when she says big business can pay, but they don't want to pay and they're going to fight hard against it. That means that today is not going to be the last of it. Of course, this is the second committee discussion on Seattle City Council about the Amazon tax. There is going to be a vote on May 13th. But in the weeks leading up to it, we of course need to continue to make our movement's power felt. May 1st, as everybody is aware, is a historic opportunity for working people, for marginalized communities to come together to demonstrate their power as a class, as ordinary people. It's going to be a little bit more complicated this year, but we're going to do it. And we're going to put a link, a Facebook event in the chat or comment period. May 1st at noon at the Amazon Spheres. We're going to safely, maintaining social distancing and keeping our community members safe, we're going to have a car caravan protest at the Tax Amazon Spheres. And it's going to be exciting. People who can come in cars and maintain social distancing should please participate. Go to that Facebook event. We'll also have live stream options, of course, for people who want to participate and watch from their home, on their computer. But it's going to be exciting. So please share it around, spread it out. There's a lot going on, we know, but please participate. May 1st, noon, Tax Amazon rally at the Amazon Spheres, car caravan protest. And it's also excited to, there's a strong likelihood it'll be linking up with other sectors of the movement on May Day. We know that the immigrant rights movement is advocating strongly for immigrants not to be excluded from COVID-19. And there's also exciting stuff going on around renters. But noon at the Amazon Spheres, Tax Amazon car caravan protest. It's 9:58, which is exactly when we wanted to go over to Ted Verdone to tell us how we're going to get set up here with this committee meeting and continue watching as they discuss the Amazon tax. So Ted, take it away.
Thank you, Adam. So For the first time, we're hoping that we will have the technology right now to be able to continue this live stream and just patch through the Seattle channel video. The chat function, wherever you're watching this, has been really helpful for a lot of people. It's a place you can ask questions, make comments, etc. As the council members discuss the legislation. Many people may have questions, so hopefully it'll be a place that we can help answer those questions. So if all goes well, we really encourage you to continue watching the Seattle channel video of this council committee meeting through this live stream right here. When we make the transition, it's possible that the live stream might go down for just a couple seconds. If that happens, please bear with us and stick around so that we do have the opportunity to watch that live stream together. So thank you everybody for joining us for today's watch party and for continuing to join us for today's watch party. And we will now hopefully start that committee meeting. And if you are signed up for public comment, now is the time that you should call in to the public comment phone number that you got so that you are ready on hold when it's your turn to speak and they don't skip you. So thank you, everybody. See you on May 1st, and we will continue to watch this council meeting together.
.02 a.m. I'm Teresa Mosqueda, Chair of the Select Budget Committee. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Herbold, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Juarez, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Herbold, Councilmember Juarez. Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Morales.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Sawant. Councilmember Strauss.
Present.
Chair Mosqueda.
Present.
5 present.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Madam Clerk, folks from IT, the communication staff as well, for making today's committee meeting possible. As we hear from additional colleagues who are joining us throughout the morning, we'll make sure to announce them. As a reminder, the City of Seattle issued a civil emergency proclamation due to the coronavirus on March 3rd, 2020. Since then, the governor has issued a stay-at-home and healthy order through May 4th. To comply with the recommendations and in the interest of safety and welfare of the public and our employees, the City of Seattle and the Select Budget Committee is meeting remotely and participating electronically. The purpose of the conversation today and the purpose of the conversation in our committee is to have a discussion about legislation related to emergency assistance in 2020 as folks are responding to the 2020 COVID crisis, both the public health crisis and the economic crisis that has ensued. We will have a discussion today that is largely a continuation of last week's hearing. Today's conversation will focus on the ability for us to raise revenue to pay for the 2020 emergency funds that have been proposed in the legislation that's being discussed and introduced by Councilmember Sawant and Councilmember Morales. Today's conversation is largely a continuation, but we have added a community panel after public comment to provide context on the immediate impact and the reality of the budget crisis that has been exacerbated by COVID and the public health issues that are arising for community members, small businesses, and healthcare providers. Again, we want to thank all of the folks who have participated in our community conversations and engaged both via email, phone, and by public comment in last week's meeting. We heard from workers, small businesses, nonprofits, and the community at large as we talked about how we can provide some immediate assistance and try to replenish the funds from providing those immediate assistance. This is a conversation for us to put into context the reality that we heard from Director Ben Noble last week, which articulated a situation in which we may very quickly face up to a $299 million budget shortfall. I encourage folks to review the slides provided by Director Ben Noble last week and want to ensure that folks know that we are following up to get additional details on the projected revenue shortfall. You also heard this morning or Monday morning at morning briefing about the potential ability for us to use federal dollars and state dollars, which we know will not be enough, and it couldn't come quicker, but we want to make sure that we are following up and complementing those federal and state resources with additional support in 2020 for small businesses, for community members, for families who are in need of food and housing security. I want to thank everybody who's logged in today for public comment, and I will have a few comments about the public comment process. But first, I would like to move the agenda be adopted. If there's no objection, the agenda will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the agenda is adopted. Council colleagues, it is 10:05 and we are about to move into public comment right on time. At this time, we are going to open remote public comment. I ask that everyone please be patient as we learn to operate this new system in real time and navigate through the inevitable growing pains. As we move forward, we will continuously look for ways to fine-tune this process and hopefully add new features that will allow for additional means of public participation in council meetings and council committee discussions.
Councilmember Mosqueda,
Member Sawant?
I just wanted to register my attendance because I think my voice was not heard during roll call.
Thank you, Councilmember Sawant. We do hear you, and we will acknowledge for the record that you are here. I'll take a pause real quick. Are there any additional council members that have joined us? Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sawant.
This is Council President Gonzalez. I've been able to finally log on after some technological difficulties.
Underscoring our ongoing commitment to making sure that people can continue to participate in the process. Thank you, Council President Gonzalez, for being here as well. Council colleagues, I want to also issue an apology for the viewing public. Anybody who called and tried to log in this morning to sign up for public comment, there was an issue. We want to acknowledge that this morning at 8 a.m. there was a typo in the field listing the meeting date and time, and individuals saw a sign that said council committee meeting April 27th at 2 p.m. instead of this morning's budget meeting. We apologize for that error. The clerk's office immediately was notified and fixed the error as soon as they could and sent correction to everyone who already registered, letting them know they had successfully signed up. However, the error did cause some confusion, so I want to apologize for that. And this typo has been corrected. We will make sure that folks who did not get a chance to sign up know that they can continue to email us at council@seattle.gov. I hear a little bit back.
Chair Mosqueda, can we ask that Councilmember Juarez put herself on mute?
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilmember Juarez. And if the IT
or if
if the IT team could, thank you. And Councilmember Juarez, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much for being here. So with that, we are going to moderate the upcoming public comment period. We're going to go for at least 20 minutes, and then we'll consider extending it. Council members, last week we tried to do a chime at 50 seconds. We did hear that that was a little bit of an interruption for our colleagues and the community who was trying to provide public testimony. So you're going to see this chart or this timer on the screen. It will give you 1 minute to speak, and we ask that you wrap up your comments within 1 minute. Your line will be muted after 1 minute and 5 seconds. So we do ask that you summarize your comments so you don't get cut off. We want to also acknowledge that the web page provides a link to today's agenda. All of the materials will be listed on the line. Speakers, when you hear your name called, your mic will be unmuted. Please go ahead and begin your public testimony, beginning with your name. After you hear the prompt, you have been unmuted. Please begin speaking and do try to wrap up at 1 minute. Otherwise, unfortunately, we will have the line muted at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Thanks again to Seattle Channel for providing the opportunity for folks to both see and hear all of the public testifiers today and our upcoming conversation. If you do get the chance to speak, please disconnect from the line and continue watching us on Seattle Channel or on the website streaming so that you can continue with the conversation. I do apologize for folks in advance. We have a number of people who have signed up for public testimony. We are going to get through as many people as we possibly can. And again, if you are not able to stay on the line with us, or if you have a number that does not allow for us to get to you today, please email us at council@seattle.gov. And each one of our offices is continuing to operate at full staff. We have people answering the lines in our offices as well. Council colleagues, at this time, we are going to open public comment with a 20-minute public comment period. And this first 3 speakers on the list include Lawrence Leonard, Alicia Lewis, and Don Blakeney. Lawrence Leonard, your line should be unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you so much, council members. My name is Lawrence Lerner. I'm a Seattle business owner, venture capitalist, and involved with multiple nonprofits here in the greater Washington area. I am speaking against CB 119-772. It's going to impact, as stated in the comments, over 800 businesses operating with around $7 million or more in income. And interestingly, the cost to implement the system by my calculation based on what was provided is about $7 million as well. And what that's going to do is have these businesses have to make some hard choices about whether or not they can open and remain open and how many employees that they can bring back in. It's also creating one more barrier to entry for bringing businesses into Seattle. Last year, I was involved with the 425 business startup with 5 neighboring cities, and they were looking at reasons that we can lower barriers to bring in, and I believe this will have a severe impact on.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Your comments have been registered, and please do follow up with us via email. Alicia Lewis, your line should be unmuted.
Hi, my name's Alicia Lewis. I'm a tax Amazon activist, and I want to speak to the shameful misinformation that Mayor Durkan has been spreading about this legislation. Mayor Durkan received $350,000 in corporate tax money from Amazon when she was elected. She's not neutral on this issue, and her arguments against this tax should be taken with a grain of salt. For example, she's saying that using interfund loans to provide cash assistance to working families immediately is robbery. As all council members are aware, interfund loans are a standard practice, and the $314 million in funds available are a year-end balance that wouldn't impact any existing projects or delay future ones. This accusation from Mayor Durkan is not only untrue, it's in bad faith and an attempt to catch our movement off guard on a technicality. Months ago, we prevented Amazon and other large corporations from buying the city council elections. At that time, council members Mosqueda and Gonzalez came out publicly condemning Amazon's blatant interference in our elections. I want to thank both of you for taking a clear stand when it counted, but that fight was not for nothing, and that's why I hope you'll stand with the working people of Seattle and pass a strong.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Don Blakeney, please go ahead.
Good morning, council members. My name is Don Blakeney, and I'm with the Downtown Seattle Association, and I'm calling today to express our strong opposition to a tax on jobs. Downtown Seattle has been on the front lines of this economic crisis with nearly 50,000 jobs in industries that are at most at risk, including retail, restaurants, entertainment, the arts, and hotels. For example, we have 29 shuttered hotels in downtown, which is unbelievable at this time. We are on the eve of a major economic downturn, and instead of negotiating over new streams of revenue for city programs, we need our city leaders' help in focusing on getting our local jobs and economy back online, working with the federal government to connect local businesses to much-needed aid. We urge you to help us focus on recovery and not a new tax on jobs. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Don. The next three speakers will be Emily MacArthur, Taylor Hong, and Eva Metz. Emily, please go ahead.
My name's Emily MacArthur. I'm a renter in District 2, and I'm excited to see my Councilmember Morales playing a leading role in this fight. I support the Amazon tax, and I'm active in the Tax Amazon movement along with thousands of other Seattleites. I'm here to speak on the attacks on our movement from Mayor Durkan. Durkan has said she's opposed to the emergency clause in this bill, yet I would challenge anyone here to identify a more acute emergency. The virus is killing our neighbors, the recession is putting working families in dire straits, and the pre-existing housing emergency is even more urgent than ever. I hope all council members will confidently stand by the emergency clause. Durkan has also been very vocal with a cannot do attitude. She's blatantly lied about how long it would take to collect this tax. How do I know she's lying? In March, she said the payroll tax could be implemented within 6 months. Of course, that bill contained a poison pill statewide ban that big business was salivating for. Now, the exact same tax mechanism with no poison pill and on a scale that would actually meaningfully impact the problem, somehow that tax will take 3 times as long. It's shocking to see even a corporate politician be so duplicitous.
Thank you, Taylor Hong. You should go ahead, please.
And my name is Taylor Huang, and I'm the owner of Faucet Glow Cafe, and I'm also with the Ethnic Business Coalition. In the midst of the worst global economic downturn in nearly a century, Councilmember Sawant has introduced her latest tax on jobs in Seattle at a time when the local economy is reeling from the impact of the coronavirus outbreak. Our city council should be focused on doing everything they can to help our local businesses recover, reopen, and rehire. Large and small businesses coexist as part of the same economic ecosystem. A jobs tax will have a ripple effect throughout the business economy. Placing a tax burden on large businesses will only increase the economic recovery challenges for small businesses, straining the ecosystem even further. I urge City Council to please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Eva Metz.
Hi, my name is Eva Metz, and I'm a renter in District 2, a member of Socialist Alternative. Thousands of people have gotten active in the fight to tax Amazon this year, rallies, marches, town halls, and a series of Democratic grassroots action conferences. And in this crisis, City Council has a duty to act more than ever. And I want to thank my Councilmember Tammy Morales and Councilmember Sawant for standing with working people and our movement. We saw in 2018 how a majority of City Council bent to big business pressure and shamefully repealed the Amazon tax. Councilmember Mosqueda, I hope you'll stand with working people again, as you did in 2018, and Councilmembers Juarez, Herbold, and Gonzalez. So you'll take the second chance to be on the right side of history. But if City Council fails to act, we're prepared to take our Amazon tax directly to voters. We've collected thousands of signatures on our ballot initiative in just a few weeks with a growing coalition, including Transit Riders Union 350.org, UAW 4128, C 1488, small businesses like Squirrel Shops and the Beacon Cinema, Tenants Union, Nicholsville Share, CSA, Socialist Alternative, King County Working Family.
Thank you very much. The next three people are Ryan Smith, Sue Holtz, and Carrie Lafferty. Ryan Smith, you should be unmuted.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Ryan Smith. My local family-owned company, Martin Smith Inc., owns several buildings in Pioneer Square, the Waterfront, and Pike Place Market. We have over 250 tenants who are all suffering significant economic challenges right now. The majority of our tenants are small businesses who employ thousands of people with living wage jobs, from architects to attorneys, software engineers, as well as many restaurants and other retailers. As I regularly talk with our tenants these days about rent relief solutions during this economic and health crisis, I continue to hear unanimous disappointment in our city council for proposing this tax on our businesses. I have yet to hear from a single business, large or small, who supports this tax. Although this is framed as a tax on big business, this tax will negatively impact all of the businesses in our local economy. The best analogy I can think of is to describe this situation as akin to proposing we build a wall around our city and hang a giant sign outside stating, "No jobs, welcome here. Grow your economy elsewhere." Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ryan. Sue Holtz.
Coalition, and my name is Sue Hodis, and I am with the Housing for All Coalition and part of Dyke Community Activists. I am organizing with my neighbors to support the bunkhouse and nearby shelter in our District 2 and the Wheel Women in Black shelter with some food and supplies. Support this very, very little big business tax. To a majority of us, COVID-19 has made so apparent the suffering and injustices of our system, of a very small minority with an obscene amount of wealth, Amazon, a $1 trillion company, and Bezos personally having $140 billion, and the majority of the rest of us. And that includes those dying in the streets homeless and working single moms barely making rent, and so many other people living on the edge. Immigrants dying in our detention centers, inmates dying in prisons. We need the gargantuan businesses, and that's who we're referring to here, to start returning resources to our community that they have taken so much from. This tax is so very minimal and will make life and best difference to those who benefit. Support this little big back business tax.
Thank you, Sue. The next speaker is Carrie Lafferty.
Live in North.
Go ahead,
Thank
Carrie.
you. My name is Carrie Lafferty. Yes, my name is Carrie Lafferty. I live in North Seattle. I am a small business owner in the Fremont neighborhood. I'm a healthcare provider and a Chinese medicine practitioner. And, you know, I just want to look at this from the energy in the world of yin and yang, right? It's just like yang is out of control. The obscenity of wealth is just out of control. We need some heart-centered yin energy that lives in every one of us. Like, let's just look at who's surviving in this. It's Amazon. It's these big companies. And my business is going to be ready to go out of business soon because I can't afford to pay rent. And it is time to have this be more equitable, to bring this balance back. It's only gargantuan, huge businesses that are being taxed. The rest of this is misinformation, and I am extremely disappointed in Jenny Durkin's comments. And so, City Council, it's like
Thank you very much. The next three people are Logan Swan, Steve Claggett, and Stephanie Stravok. Logan Swan, you should be unmuted.
Hi, my name is Logan Swan. I'm a Seattle rank and file union iron worker currently on unemployment during the pandemic, and I support the tax on big business. 2 years ago, Councilmember Mosqueda voted with working families and against the repeal A week ago in your opening remarks, you spoke in no uncertain terms on how an austerity budget will not work and will not meet the needs of working families. Having run as a labor candidate and a union representative yourself, I hope you'll not only vote for this tax in full without watering it down, but that you'll join Council Member Sawant and Morales in pushing for it to pass. The Amazon tax will create 10,000 union wage construction jobs over the next decade and 30,000 jobs overall over the next decade. The last recession had building trades unemployment rates at nearly a third of the workforce. During this boom, the private market failed to provide affordable housing for us, and much like the last recession, the private market will fail to provide us with work during the booming bust. The crisis will have to be paid for, and in a world divided between landlords and tenants, workers and bosses, those with billions at their fingertips while the rest of us have been working our fingers to the bone, it is clear that the choice of who will pay is reduced to either union families or the extremely wealthy who will profit off our labor.
Thank you, Logan. Steve Claggett, you should be unmuted.
I am Steve Claggett. I'm testifying from Deborah Warres' district in favor of a payroll expense tax. I'm a member of the Working Families Party. I founded the nonprofit Common Ground that produced 8,300 units of low-income housing over its 33 years. Since retiring, I've worked with the faith community for justice, especially economic justice. Washington pays relatively few taxes. Since the 90s, we have fallen from 11th place nationwide in percent of personal income paid in taxes to 35th place. We so easily have the means to contribute more through taxation. Washington leads the nation in economic growth. We're number one, but instead Washington is unduly burdening our poor with the most regressive tax system in the nation. We do not have an income tax, and we're one of a handful of states not taxing capital gains. Until Washington adopts an income tax, I support payroll expense taxes for major employers. The companies can easily pay it. Amazon stock has quintupled over the last 5 years. Thank you. And I have graphics that are in my written comment.
Thank you for sending those. Appreciate it. Stephanie Stovic.
My name is Stephanie Storvik. I'm a board member of the Seattle Restaurant Alliance. We oppose this tax proposal. It's 10 times larger than the failed 2018 head tax. It targets more than 800 of our city's employers, which provide over 300,000 jobs. Many of these businesses will not make it out of this COVID crisis. They do not need this huge new jobs tax. We call on more responsible city council members and the mayor to focus on key economic recovery needs once the stay-at-home order is lifted. Create partnerships with businesses and workers in cooperation with King County and the state to get our city back on its feet as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. The next three people include Sean Case, Alan Ney, and Emily Hazelton. Sean, you should be unmuted.
Hi there. My name is Sean Case. I'm a renter in District 3 and a member of the Seattle Democratic Socialists of America. I lost my job as a cook due to COVID-19 on March 13th, and since then I've been scared not just of getting sick, but of not having a job to go back to after the stay-at-home order was lifted and not being able to pay rent once the eviction moratorium is over. And if I'm scared, my neighbors and working people all over the city are scared too, and many of them are more vulnerable than I am. This pandemic is exacerbating the housing crisis that already existed in our city, but it doesn't have to be this way. We live in one of the wealthiest cities in the history of the world. Big business in Seattle has enough money to bail us out. I support the legislation proposed by Councilmembers Sawant and Morales because it can provide relief now for those most affected by the pandemic and provide housing security in the future in the form of 10,000 publicly owned green homes in the first decade of legislation. I believe this modest tax is a small and important step toward a more just city. I hope the council has the courage to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Alan Ney.
And I'm Al. Hi, good morning. I'm Alan Ney. I live in Madrona. I own a small business on Capitol Hill. I have 19 employees. They get paid really well, and we have generous benefits. Our clients are big businesses in the region. I strongly oppose the tax on jobs. Jobs are good. We need to be focused on creating jobs. We need to be encouraging job creation. Punishing for creating jobs is short-sighted. I mean, you guys are in a tricky position without the income tax, and I recognize that. And thank you for your hard work. But jobs are good. Everybody say it. Jobs are good. we need to be encouraging job creation, not punishing it. I'm from Cleveland, a blue collar family in Cleveland. If you think big businesses that create high paying jobs are bad, you go spend some time in Cleveland. They bend over backwards to have some companies come in that create high paying jobs. Thanks, guys. Stay safe.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have gone 20 minutes. I'm going to ask, if there's not objection, that we extend public comment for 10 more minutes. Hearing no objection, public comment will be extended 10 more minutes. The next three people are Naomi Gonzalez, John Manella, and Sharon Appelt. Naomi?
My name is Naomi Gonzalez, and I'm one. Hi, my name is Naomi Gonzalez, and I'm one of the co-founders of Tomboy X, based in Soto, and I'm speaking against this bill. As a business, we are in uncharted territory. It's a period of severe uncertainty, and in which the future of our business is not guaranteed. We have had to lay staff off and are working on preserving cash however possible so that the staff that we're able to keep on can continue to receive their full pay and generous benefits. This tax would be based off of a business's 2019 payroll records. In the COVID period, we're unable to have any level of confidence in forecasting. We cannot reliably predict that we will continue to grow at any pace as we were before COVID. That means we cannot make investments in the future, and we certainly can't guarantee jobs. This proposed punitive tax would affect over 800 Seattle businesses, not just Amazon, businesses that employ over 300,000 people. Punishing business now is counterproductive for the economy. And the dollars spent on taxes at this moment in time are dollars that will not be spent on goods and services that keep the economy alive. The best focus the City Council can have right now is getting people back to work, not taxing the businesses that help people get.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I apologize. I called Emily Hazelton and then didn't ask her to speak. Emily, if you're still on the line, we'd love to unmute you, and then we will continue with John. Emily, are you available?
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Emily Hazelton. I'd like to speak in support of the big business tax. I work at NeighborCare Health, a community health care organization, as a data analyst. My hours and the hours of most people in the admin office have been reduced to 0.5 or 0.8 of our standard schedule. Even with that, I feel lucky. Our other admin staff, dentists, and school-based providers have been on furlough for over a month. This is just one story of how the pandemic is impacting workers and critical services in our community. I'm also a volunteer with 350 Seattle. We are currently experiencing multiple crises: a pandemic, economic downturn, and climate change. I believe it's smart governance to introduce policies that solve multiple crises at once. Building social housing and converting our home heating systems will create thousands of jobs over the coming 5 years. The top 2% of businesses can afford to chip in 1% to help our community face these crises and build resilience. And the overhead of operating the program is only 3% of total revenue collected. Thank you for listening, and thanks for your work.
Thank you very much. John Manella and Sharon Appleton will be our next speakers. John, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, members of the council. My name is John Manella, and I'm the board treasurer of the Tenants Union of Washington State. Please focus on helping our communities and support this big business tax. Our communities, especially renters, are getting absolutely crushed right now. But this pandemic has only shown what we've already known, that Seattle is a deeply unfair, regressive city where a tiny fraction of billionaires and corporations benefit at the expense of our communities, even in this pandemic. And to quote Councilmember Mosqueda from a rally earlier this year, we have a moral duty to right side up our upside down tax system. And this bill does exactly that. Please support this big business tax so that our communities get immediate COVID relief, affordable green housing so that we can recover from the pandemic, climate mitigation for housing because our communities are the ones most impacted by both the pandemic and by climate change. And most importantly, this bill provides thousands of jobs, and jobs are good, so our communities can recover from the pandemic. Please focus on helping our communities and pass this big business tax. We need recovery and relief now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sharon Appelt.
I'm a retired CPA. My name is Sharon Appelt, and I'm a retired CPA and live in District 7. I'm opposed to this payroll tax on 800 businesses who call Seattle home. I'm also opposed to the borrowing from voter-approved funds, including affordable housing, parks, education, preschool, transportation. Every business in Seattle already pays a business and occupation tax on gross receipts, sales taxes, and property taxes. I am concerned that this tax will overburden businesses who have been in Seattle for years, for decades, who have built this city and employ our working families. Businesses like Dunn Lumber, Bartels, Dairy Gold, Cochrane Electric, the Polyclinic, Aegis Living. This is a new jobs tax, which is 10 times larger than the one that failed in 2018. Our city council needs to be looking at other ways to address the budget shortfall and not hurt our existing businesses. This is not only about Amazon. It's about many, many other businesses who employ working families. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next three people will be Megan Murphy, Brent McFarlane, and Whale Ongjapai. Sorry about the pronunciation. Megan Murphy, please go ahead.
Hi, I support this tax. We are currently funding clientelism of like elite, of the top 1% of the 1% who is supposedly against socialism and using our tax money for socialist purposes. However, they're living well beyond what it takes to survive in this world. So what kind of businesses do we want to partner with anyways? The payroll is very minimal, and it creates lots of green jobs. So if they so love to create jobs, as they say, let them create more jobs and build affordable housing instead of hoarding their money in mansions and creating a clientelism among their top executives that enforces the culture of ecological conscientiousness and sexism and other things, and let the design of the society be around sharing wealth. And
thank you very much. The next the next speaker is Brent McFarlane.
Hello, my name is Brent McFarlane. I live in North Seattle District 5, and I'm a King County Labor Council delegate and member of PSARA, that's Puget Sound Advocates for Retirement Action. I'm here to support a tax on the wealthiest 2% of businesses to build affordable green housing and for COVID-19 relief for those most in need in our city. This is not a tax on jobs, it's a tax that creates green jobs. The mayor didn't speak for us when she said of this proposal, yeah, that's never going to happen. We need you, the city council, to say, yeah, it's going to happen because it's what the city needs now. We need you to step up with big progressive solutions, progressively funded solutions, and this is an opportunity to do just that. Show real solidarity with people of this city as we work together to come back from the pandemic. Be brave, stand in solidarity with the majority of the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Whale Ongjapai. Apologies for the mispronunciation. Whale?
Hi, my name is Wale Gundape. I live in District 2. I'm a renter, and I am in support of this tax. I'm also a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Amazon is doing so well. It's doing so well during this time. Its stock prices have gone through the roof during this epidemic time, and so it just makes sense for us to tax the big businesses that are doing so well. And really, it's our responsibility to the people of Seattle to actually not have all of these regressive taxes like sales taxes put on the people and have the poor bear the brunt of it, but actually have everyday people not bear that brunt and have the big subsidized companies bear it. So thank you.
Thank you. Folks, the last three speakers will be Bess Byers, Mark Cummings, and Sujitha Ramney. Bess Byers, you should be unmuted.
Hi, my name is Bess Byers. I'm a small business owner in Seattle, and I am here to say no on a 1.3% tax on payroll of over $7 million a year or more. That percentage breaks out to $91,000 stolen from companies who are voluntarily paying $7 million in income to the community and instead gives it to government. The same city government that has a $6.24 billion annual budget. Where is our money going? $6 billion. And I'm not worried about the $7 million that you guys have now. I'm worried that it's going to soon become $5 million, then $3 million. Then you guys are going to be taxing all businesses to give it to government for green jobs. Why is it that the Seattle City Council, every single one of you who makes $122,000 a year, is going to come here and vilify businesses, people who are investing their own money? And if people want to create green jobs, do it voluntarily. Start a green job. Don't let government tax you out of business. Don't depend on government. Make it happen for yourselves.
Thank you, Bess. The next person is Mark Cummings.
Yep.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, my name is Mark Cummings, Life Science Washington, testifying against the payroll tax. We represent hundreds of life science organizations throughout Seattle. These are exactly the companies and medical research institutes that are currently doing everything they can to fight COVID-19 pandemic. So it's ironic that I'm here today asking the council to oppose a bill that would slow down our response efforts, because that's exactly what it would do. Many life science companies have large payrolls, but they don't have any profits. Let me repeat that. They don't have any profits. Instead, they're spending years funding research and clinical trials, and right now, many of them have put that work on hold to focus exclusively on COVID-19. Without profits, these companies have to take funds out of research and clinical trials to pay this tax. And for healthcare providers that are doing heroic work and absorbing massive financial losses, it further reduces their ability to serve at-risk populations. So while Seattle has been incredible at slowing the spread, we implore the council not to slow a response with a new tax on the exact people that are working to find a cure and a vaccine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. And the last person is Shudatha Romney. Is Sujatha available?
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. My name is Sujatha. I'm giving my comments supporting the big business tax. And I am quoting from an article from The Guardian that came out 10 days ago. It says the online retailer Amazon has been described as a clear winner from the coronavirus crisis. Its share price surging by more than a third inside just a month. Its customers spending almost $11,000 a second on its products and services, and its owner Jeff Bezos reinforcing his position as the world's richest person with a fortune of $138 billion. While most businesses have been hit by the impact of the pandemic and the looming recession, shares in Amazon have risen to a record high as hundreds of millions of people stuck in lockdown conditions turn to the delivery giants to keep them fed and entertained. I urge the council to proceed with this big business tax and use the money to fund social housing and the Green New Deal and other jobs that the city so badly needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody who called in and again extend my sincere apologies for the trouble that there may have been with signing up this morning. This will not be the last time for public comment. And in the meantime, between now and our next meeting, we do encourage folks to email us at council@seattle.gov. Again, all of our offices are open and functioning full time during the crisis that is COVID. And we encourage you to reach out to our offices. We've received a number of calls and emails and appreciate that. Any public comment can also be sent to us, and we will send it out immediately to the full council. Thanks to the communications and IT team for the folks who did sign up and did not get a chance to speak today. You should be receiving an email immediately with instructions about how to send in your written comments. Our sincere apologies for folks who are waiting on the line. We know many people have small businesses to run, work that they need to do as essential workers, and we appreciate your time. So we will make sure to continue to extend public comment in future meetings. At this time, council colleagues, I'd like to move on to items of business. Item D, number 1. Will the clerk please read item 1 into the record?
Agenda item 1, community panel on COVID-19 needs and responses, briefing and discussion only.
Thank you so much. Council colleagues, again, the conversation that we're having today is in the context of how we're able to get immediate assistance out the door in 2020 to support those who've been affected by the COVID crisis, both the public health crisis and the economic crisis that has ensued. today to provide a little bit more context on the need for potential immediate relief and a little bit more of a reality of what's happening on the ground. We have some esteemed colleagues with us from the community who are here to present. We've asked each of these folks to share just about 3 minutes to give us a chance to ask any questions that we may have as well. The panel includes our friends that we have seen in many aspects of both commerce and the social safety net, including Molly Moon, who is the CEO of Molly Moon's Homemade Ice Cream, Jeanette Randall, a worker in the grocery store and a member of UFCW Local 21, David Parsons, who is the president of United Auto Workers 4121, Katie Wilson, who is the general secretary of the Transit Riders Union, and Montserrat Padilla, co-director of Washington Immigrant Solidarity Network. I know we have a number of folks who are also interested in providing feedback and testimony on future panels, and we will continue working on that. I want to thank the sponsors for suggesting a handful of these folks and for the individuals that we reached out to directly. Really appreciate your time and your interest in participating in this. Council colleagues, I'd ask you to hold your comments and questions until the end. We will have a chance to ask the panel questions, and with that, we'll go ahead and get started. I'll call on folks, and we're going to put about a 3-minute timer on the screen, hopefully with your face, so that everybody can see your face as well. Actually, staff, please don't put the timer up. The folks who are presenting do know that we are going to try to keep you to 3 minutes, though, so we can get to public testimony. On Seattle's channel, you should be able to see folks' face, and for the folks who are online, please make sure that you do have a chance to unmute your line when we get to you and then mute again. I'm going to start today with Katie Wilson from the Transit Riders Union. I know that you are on a short timeline. Katie, would you like to start us off, please, with a 3-minute overview of what you're seeing on the ground as it relates to immediate need for relief due to COVID and the public health and economic crisis? Thank you, Katie.
Sure thing. Thank you, Councilmember Mosqueda. So hi, everyone. My name is Katie Wilson. I'm the General Secretary of the Transit Riders Union. Our members are people who ride public transit, including many people who don't have any options, people with disabilities, seniors, low-wage workers, and people experiencing homelessness. And what so many people were already struggling to afford the cost of housing in Seattle before the COVID-19 crisis made everything so much worse. We started organizing with transit riders in 2011, a few years into the Great Recession. And at that point, Metro bus service was in danger of deep cuts and fares had gone up multiple times. Now we're again looking ahead to a future where our transit system is under threat because sales tax revenues are plunging. And I just want to say something quickly about our tax system because seeing in real time the most breaking part of what happens when we rely so heavily on regressive sources of revenue like the sales tax. As many people probably know, is the city and the city in our state with the most regressive tax system in the state with the most regressive tax system in the country. What that means is that lower income people, including our members, are paying state and local taxes at a much higher rate, like 18% of their income compared to the wealthiest households who are paying only 3%. Not only does that place a huge burden on the people who can least afford it, it also creates a problem for governments, for public budgets. Since equitably taxing the people at the top, who create the bulk of the wealth, even though our has been an economic powerhouse in recent years, public revenue hasn't risen to meet the growing needs of our city, from infrastructural needs like maintaining our bridges and streets and expanding public transit to human needs like addressing the homelessness crisis. So now with the COVID-19 pandemic and a new deep recession, we're seeing a situation where new needs and crises are piled on top of the old ones. And in particular, what we're seeing on the ground right now is that people experiencing homelessness are really being left behind. We've been hearing from our bus drivers that many more people than usual are riding the bus without a destination, basically using our transit system as shelter. That makes the bus drivers feel unsafe because they are trying to socially distance and limit their contact with riders. It also creates a problem because Metro has limited passenger loads in the interest of safety. Essential workers can use the transit system. But the truth is that homeless people really have nowhere to go right now. Public spaces like libraries and community centers are closed and there's not enough shelter space. Many programs that previously provided meals have been shut down and people can't find places to charge their phones, laptops, wheelchairs, and medical devices. So there's a humanitarian emergency that's unfolding on our streets right now, even though most of us aren't seeing it because we're sheltering at home. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd love to turn it over to Molly Moon. Molly, if you could introduce yourself and your organization, your small business. We'd love to hear from you about the impact of COVID as it has been playing out for small businesses on Main Street across Seattle.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mosqueda, and thank you, City Council. I know that your decisions are extremely difficult right now. My decisions are extremely difficult right now. I used to run, I am the CEO and founder of Molly Moon's Homemade Ice Cream. I hope many of you know about our ice cream. I have 8 ice cream shops and I'm under construction on the 9th. Last year, I did just under $8 million a year in revenue. And to give you some context for the tax you all are talking about, I had about $3.5 million in payroll. So well under the threshold that is being talked about in the proposed tax. I now have no idea what I'll do in revenue this year. It'll definitely be less than 8 million. My sales have dropped about 80%, and I'm extremely lucky and thankful that I've been able to pivot to rush my ice cream pints to grocery stores. Both our local PCCs and metropolitan markets have started carrying my pints, and those have done extremely well. And so I've been able to make about 20% of what I would normally make. But that also means I've laid off over 90 people. And I brought 4 people back to work this week because pint production is going well, but I feel really unclear about how to reopen ice cream shops in a safe way. That's one of the things I'd love for you all to hear from small businesses is that we need consistent guidance about how to reopen safely. As for business taxes, I have always believed that businesses and folks who make a lot of money need to pay to help our community be a wonderful place to live and work. I think that small businesses under $5 or $7 or $10 million a year in revenues probably do need B&O tax relief this year in a pretty substantial way. And I don't think that businesses under $7 or $10 million a year in revenue should be paying any new taxes. But as for the proposed tax, the way that it's written, I think we need to ask our big businesses to pay to help our community survive. And I think one of the things that's really difficult about this tax, both for small businesses who depend on customers who may work at Amazon or Microsoft or Google or wherever, is that we just don't want the divisive language. I would say I agree with most of the policies that you, Councilmember Sawant, put into the universe, and I appreciate your thoughts and your leadership. I think that the way that we talk about it could be more unifying. You know, I have friends that work at Amazon, and they also think that Amazon should pay more taxes. Many of my customers work at Amazon, but I think that we can invite large companies to help be a solution to the city where they want to be and operate. I also think it's important to just write this legislation in a thoughtful way that thinks about carve-outs. I do think we need to be so careful about taxing medical research right now. I know a public commenter said that, was talking about that earlier. And I think small businesses like mine and Taylor Wong's, who spoke earlier, who I very much respect in our community, we need help with retrofitting our businesses to open safely, with PPE for our employees and tax relief help this year. We also want our customers not to leave Seattle. But I think there's a way to do all of this. And I think this tax, as written, is a pretty good way to do it. I would love to see us start to talk in a more unifying way and a more inviting way to even the big business leaders about how they can participate in helping Seattle move forward.
Thank you very, very much, Molly. I really appreciate you being on the line and for all that you're doing. The next person is Jeanette Randall, a grocery worker. Welcome, Jeanette, and thanks for being here with us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Council. I am a grocery worker, and I work at Roxbury Safeway, which is in unincorporated King County, but I live in District 1. My husband works for Safeway too, so fortunately the both of us still have jobs because we're essential frontline workers right now. What I sit here and think about after the wake of COVID is like, we have a really bad homeless problem in this city. And it's not just people who are, you know, horribly poor, working people are homeless. And I see that we are going to have an increase in working people becoming homeless. And working people cannot afford to have more of the tax dumped onto them. It's time for big business to pay their fair share and help the community out. I have neighbors and, you know, people that I know in my community that are still waiting for unemployment and they applied like a month ago. What are they supposed to do to pay the bills? And, you know, until then, it's just very disheartening, you know, and we have to look to our local government for relief and support for our community. And, you know, so we don't have more people losing their homes, losing their families. It's just, it makes sense to uplift from the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you for all of your comments and for the work you're doing on a daily basis to feed so much of the city. We really appreciate it. And we know that you are also putting your life and your family's life at risk. So thank you for being a frontline worker in this time of COVID and being with us here today. The next person that we have is Montserrat Padilla, co-director of Washington Immigrant Solidarity Network. Montserrat, can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning, Council. It is an honor to be here with y'all today. I'm hopeful that you're all keeping healthy and safe. As mentioned earlier, my name is Montserrat Padilla. My pronouns are she, or hers. I actually have been living in the city of Seattle for over 20 years. I'm 27 now. I am undocumented and unafraid, transgender and unashamed. And in my day work, I work as the director of the Washington Immigrant Solidarity Network. We're a statewide network that works to support immigrant communities. Please let me know if you lose me. I kind of saw someone freeze. Immigrant communities who are living in fear of family separation and the detention and deportation machine. Over 250,000 undocumented immigrants call Washington State their home, but many of these communities are not benefiting from the $2 trillion CARES Act that has been approved by Congress. Many of them don't have access to unemployment benefits and continue to face the barriers. Many barriers to access healthcare and basic resources to survive this pandemic. The WISE Network, which has a community trust hotline, has been receiving thousands of callers every single day from all across the state, asking for four major things. These are folks who are undocumented, and the four major things come in this order. The first one is for folks to be able to have a way to rental assistance, as many of the immigrant and undocumented workers have been impacted by the dissemination of job losses that we've seen in this new pandemic. The second thing that folks are calling to request is access to food, because we know that public charge has been a fear factor for many of our communities to be able to access food for their families. And so the second thing that folks are calling us asking for is access to food. The third thing that folks are calling us is asking to how to get care because they've been exposed or feel symptomatic to COVID-19 and are afraid that they will not be treated with the care that they need in order to survive this pandemic. And then finally, many undocumented workers are still being deemed essential in this current time. Many of them work in the food supply pipelines, as well as the agricultural sector, and are afraid that they're being allowed into work without the protective gear that they need in order to ensure that their families are safe and that they themselves are safe. However, as I mentioned earlier, many of the programs that currently exist are excluding undocumented communities. The Washington Immigrant Solidarity, in partnership with other partners, including the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project, Washington Dream Coalition, have started a community fund that, as of yesterday, reached a new milestone of over $1 million in order to support communities. However, over 14,000 applications have come in from across the state, with the majority of the applicants residing in Seattle. This really just shows of the work industries that we have in Seattle from across the rest of the state, and that most of the burden of unemployment benefits is really coming from the city of Seattle. And so I really urge that the council continues to enact programs that have unrestricted funds, and that they are not tied to information that would then be used for public charge or further immigration purposes that would potentially complicate the situation of families. And so our communities are right now in a lot of fear, but also they feel genuinely left out. They also feel that time and time again, the government depends on our labor, depends on our communities having to be the one that sacrifice the most to ensure that others are able to pull through. But the reality is that there's no more that we can sacrifice. Our families have given everything to the battlefield and continue to do so. And so we urge the City Council to continue enacting programs that will include undocumented immigrant communities and to ensure that they're able to endure this pandemic, and as well as removing the systemic barriers that they have to access healthcare and protection at the work employment. Thank you.
Montserrat, thank you so much for your courage every day and for everything you're doing to provide relief to the community right now. We really appreciate you sharing that perspective on how folks have been left out, even at the federal and state assistance. So I want to note we have two more people, David Parsons, president of UAW 4121, and then we also have a member from SEIU 1199 who works at DESC. I want to make sure that they're also on the line. David Parsons, let's turn it to you, and then we will go to the SEIU member. Welcome, President Parsons.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chair Mosqueda. Hello, everyone. My name is David Parsons. I'm the president of UAW Local 4121, which is the union for more than 6,000 academic student employees and postdoctoral scholars at the University of Washington. I want to thank Councilmember Mosqueda and the committee for inviting me to speak today about how our membership will be impacted during and after the current pandemic and some proposals that we have about that. First, with regard to the academic workers that we represent, I wanted to point out that it's important to understand that all of our members work in fixed term appointments with end dates that are often established long before the governor's stay-at-home order. 70% of our members' jobs are scheduled to end in the next 6 weeks. That's nearly 4,400 people. 98% of our members' jobs will end within the next year. That's 6,100 people. Approximately 40% of that group are not U.S. citizens. That's nearly 2,500 people. If even a fraction of this group find themselves without work, which will be likely without aggressive intervention from the employer and from all levels of government, then they will be in the following situation. One,
the academic people at the UW.
I'm sorry?
So sorry, President Parsons, I just want to note for folks, I believe, Councilmember Juarez, if you are off mute, you might want to just hit mute real quick. Go ahead, President Parsons.
Okay, great. So what would happen to our members? They would be without income, they would be without health insurance. This means that in most cases, even a single paycheck away from an inability to pay rent, because the vast majority are rent burdened. If they are international students or scholars, they are at increased risk of deportation, particularly because travel abroad is heavily restricted right now. Also, if they are international students and not U.S. citizens or scholars, they are ineligible to work for another employer due to visa restrictions. And again, many of them will be ineligible for unemployment, totally ineligible, either because of their non-citizen status or because of their student status or because they have fixed terms appointments. Now, to place these facts in context, as you all know quite well, longstanding public health research shows that in pandemics like this, those who are most vulnerable face exacerbated harm. UAW members are certainly not the only workers in this situation, and it is critical that we identify sources of revenue, again, at all levels of government, that will help academic workers, nurses, tech workers, grocery workers, and all other workers remain employed and able to have access to the social safety net programs that are so critical. Revenue sources that support job growth and housing must be fundamental to this. Knowing the details of the risks faced by members of UAW 4121 and many other workers illustrates how urgent it is to take action. And let me hasten to add that such an urgent need is not inexpensive. We need revenue. We need to root out the sources of inequalities that create the exacerbated need for revenue. John Burbank at the Economic Opportunity Institute shared with me recently that the Amazon Corporation received between 2013 and 2017 $220 million in excused taxes from the state of Washington. In 2018, it received a federal tax rebate of $129 million. We've given a lot as a community to companies like Amazon, and now in this crisis, perhaps more of us are understanding that this form of generosity elevates the risk in ways that are unacceptable. We ask that you please take immediate steps to fix this. UAW 4121 is joining with tech workers and many others in coalition to ask that you help all vulnerable workers tax Amazon, tax other big businesses, and do it now. Thank you so much.
David, thank you so much for being here on behalf of your members at the University of Washington and on behalf of the community as well. We really appreciate your comments and directive there. The last speaker will be David Held. He is a member of SEIU 1199 Healthcare Northwest and works at DESC. David, we see you on the line. I believe you're on audio only. Please go ahead and unmute yourself if you can. Great. And you can please give us a picture of what is happening at DESC and in community as response, as you've seen responses try to scale up to meet the crisis that is COVID and where the current needs are in a 2020 response package, if possible.
First of all, thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for your efforts at addressing this situation, especially you, Councilwoman Mosqueda. Where to start? DEC, I've been there for 5 years now, and it is just wildly different from
David, we lost you. If you're still with us, it might be a signal.
hello,
there you are.
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
All right.
wherever you're at, that's a good spot to stand. She said we lost you at wildly different.
Yes. I mean, with the main shelter closed, with basically all of our shelters closed and using the exhibition hall, all of our case managers are operating part-time as case management at best, and primarily operating just as entry-level staff, just to make things work in our housing buildings in the Red Lion, because we have such a high level of people that are calling off sick because, well, just because they're out, they can't get there. Everything that's going on right now, it's been very, very difficult for staff to just manage. One way or another, we will get through this. What I am looking for is some sort of plan for how the homeless landscape is actually going to change after this. There's going to be some long-term shifts, I believe. And getting ahead of that, I think, will be really important. As of right now, we certainly just need more flexibility in our funding. I know specifically for DESC, there is an awful lot of very program-specific funding, and those programs are already very tightly it's very tight. And I just don't see how that's going to work as, this starts to lift and more people are hurt, and we're going to get a much, much broader demographic of homeless, is my prediction, when all of this ends. And I'm really, really worried about what things are going to look like a year from now. And so I'm really hoping to get more funding, more housing, more clinical services, more everything, because we're hurting right now. Anyways, thank you very much for considering this, and please provide just more for us, because a lot of people are in an awful lot of need right now. Thank you.
David, thank you for sharing that perspective with us today, and for all that you're doing to care for the most vulnerable in our city through DESC and the folks who are living unsheltered. Really appreciate you providing your time today, and more importantly, you putting yourself out there every day. Folks, we do have about 5 to 10 minutes. We know we have a handful of questions, but please, I hope you can all see us, the presenters. We are thanking you for your time and your generous comments today. The first person that would like to ask a question is Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of our panelists this morning for joining us and providing a great variety of perspectives from small business, from labor, from service providers. Thank you so much. My question is for Molly, if Molly Moon is still on. There she is. So Molly, first off, I'm going to say really appreciate the distribution of the Scoopers Pints to the grocery stores. Strawberry is my favorite so far, and I am an avid, and just as a PSA to everybody, it's 18 ounces of ice cream per pint. So a Scooper's pint, I guess, is 18 ounces. That's not my question, but I did just want to flag that's great. It's been good to see those there, and I will continue using them until the retail stores are open again. I did just want to ask, because I've gotten a number of communications, obviously, on all sides of these proposals that have been advanced by Councilmember Swanton and Councilmember Morales. One of the common emails that I've been receiving as an argument against is from small business owners who, while they are not directly impacted by the tax, make sort of a supply chain and ecosystem argument that this tax will somehow get passed on to them, or that it will be factored into their cost of doing business. As someone who runs a local small business with multiple chains, I just wanted to kind of ask you what your response is to that argument and those considerations, and what some possible things could be considered to limit that kind of an effect or an impact of a city tax like this.
Thanks for the question. I think this is exactly the kind of thing that, just needs to be thoughtfully figured out. I mostly buy from very small businesses that would not be taxed, but I can see how some of my peers are buying ingredients from much larger companies that would meet is it right now $7 million in payroll? Is that the threshold that's being proposed? Yes. Right? Thank you. Yeah. So I can see that would be an issue. I think, distributors to grocery or food manufacturers or food distributors to grocery, that could be a part of what's thought about for the grocery carve out, that industry carve out. I don't tend to love industry carve outs in general for tax bills, but I think in this case, really thinking about continuing to make food as affordable as possible and continuing to make healthcare as affordable as possible is a good thing to think about in this legislation. So I can see that argument. I think the other thing that many of my peers are worried about even more than our vendors being taxed and then passing costs onto us is just customers working for these large companies, and how that might impact those customers, remaining in Seattle. And that's where I think, you know, the unifying message comes in. I think if most people who work for these large companies that may need to pay this tax understand what it's going for, I don't know. I believe in people wanting to take care of their community, and I don't think Amazon wants to leave Seattle. And I think there's a way to invite them to participate.
Molly, thank you so much. Councilmember Lewis, did you have additional comments or any follow-up?
No, just that was it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, and thank you again, Molly. I'm looking at our other council colleagues. Okay, Councilmember Sawant.
Thank you, Councilmember Mosqueda. I had a question and a comment. A question is to David Parsons, and if he is not available, then I can direct the question to Katie Wilson. David mentioned that as badly impacted as the graduate students are going to be, that our homeless neighbors are in a very difficult situation. Katie mentioned that as well, and I wondered if Katie wanted to quickly also talk about how a tax like this that is going to upfront, load permanent supported housing will have an impact on the people who are currently experiencing homelessness. And there's just one clarification. The tax, as it's written right now, the legislation, it exempts all nonprofits and grocery stores. So just to clarify some of the comments, only the profiteering pharma companies are not exempt in this tax. So Fred Hutchison, which is a nonprofit, will be exempt. And as far as job creation, I really agree with Molly Moon's comments. We absolutely need to create that kind of virtuous cycle of jobs, but that is what this tax will create. When it creates jobs, builds affordable housing, it will help for example, the neighborhood taco truck, which can come back to business because the construction workers will be buying lunch from them, and so on and so forth. So in that sense, small businesses will be positively impacted.
Thank you. We will turn it over to David Parsons or Katie if she's still available. Okay. Not hearing them. Are there any other panelists that did have a comment in response? Okay. Councilmember Sawant will follow up with the folks who are providing the direct responses you just requested and see if we can send around additional information for you and others who are in the viewing public, and also for our council colleagues. Council colleagues, please do join me in a huge note of appreciation for all of the folks who joined us by phone today: Katie Wilson, Molly Moon, Jeanette Randall, Montserrat Padilla, David Parsons, and David Held. We really appreciate your perspective and everything that you're doing to both serve the community and provide community in this time of COVID. So thank you for being with us today, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with you as we continue this dialogue about 2020 assistance and how we can be there for small businesses as well as workers and those who are in our community needing healthcare, food, and housing. With that, council colleagues, I'd like to move on to items 2 through 4. Will the clerk please read the short titles of these items, and then I'll give you a little bit of my perspective on how we can engage in the conversation with central staff and our council colleagues today. Madam Clerk, turning it over to you.
Agenda items 2, 3, 4. Council Bill 119772, an ordinance relating to taxation imposing a payroll expense tax on persons engaged in businesses in Seattle. Council Bill 119773, relating to the financing of responses to the civil emergency, authorizing the loan of funds from the Low-Income Housing Fund to the General Fund. Council Bill 119774, establishing a spending plan for the proceeds generated from the payroll expense tax authorized by the ordinance, introduces Council Bill 119772 to fund immediate cash assistance for low-income households impacted by the COVID-19 crisis in 2020. All 3 items for briefing and discussion only.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Council colleagues, as I noted at the very beginning of this meeting, this is a chance for us to have a conversation about immediate relief for those who we've just heard about in the community who are suffering due to the public health crisis and economic crisis created by COVID. As we think about assistance in 2020, whether it's food assistance, housing and shelter assistance, small business assistance, we know that the funding needs to come from somewhere. We appreciate the $131.5 million that we know is going to come to the city of Seattle from federal relief, and we appreciate that there's ongoing conversations about how we can get additional state revenue. Even with that additional support, we know that there's going to be increased need in the community that we see currently and need that we haven't yet even seen crop up. Our intent today is to have a conversation about how we can free up dollars to get out to the community. And the conversation you will hear from central staff will focus on both an interfund loan agreement that could be a potential source for additional revenue out the door in 2020 for immediate relief, and also a tax source that could be used to backfill those dollars, any dollars that were used for that. We appreciate central staff's presentation today and walking us through the bills that we did not get a chance to talk about last week. Again, I'm going to turn it over to Director Ehrstad, who is going to be with us to talk about the flow of the conversation. At the end of the presentation on each bill, I will do what we did last time and walk through each of the council members by order that we did introductions today or roll call, and then also conclude with additional comments or summary from the sponsors. We did have a chance to hear from Councilmember Morales and Councilmember Sawant last week, who articulated their intent of the legislation, and really appreciate their perspective and for walking us through the legislation as the bill sponsors. So today we're going to have the two bills that we didn't get to, and I understand we also have from central staff some answers to questions that were asked during last meeting. If we do have the chance to get to those, I know a lot of folks are interested in that discussion as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Ehrstad, who will walk us through the presentation, and then turn it over to our esteemed colleagues from central staff. Director Ehrstad, are you with us today?
I am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You did a great job of summarizing the points that I was going to make, so I'll make my comments very brief. I'm Kirsten Ehrstad, Director of Council Central Staff, and today is the second presentation by the Central Staff team concerning the proposed payroll exceptions tax package. Last Wednesday, as you mentioned, Tracy Ratzliff and Ali Panucci discussed the spending plan, which is one of the three bills in the proposed tax package. Today, Tom Meixel will describe the tax itself, and then Dan Eder, the interfund loan financing mechanism to allow for the emergency spending in 2020. If time allows, we will turn to Ali and Tracy, as well as Amy Gore and Yolanda Ho, to highlight some of the questions that you posed last Wednesday and since last Wednesday concerning the spending plan. As you mentioned, Madam Chair, we would like to ask that the council members hold questions until the conclusion of each presentation. And if you have additional questions following today's discussions, to send those questions to Sejal Parikh with Councilmember Mosqueda's office and to me by noon this coming Friday, to allow us sufficient time to develop the responses and get those responses to you before our next Select Budget Committee meeting. So with that, I will share my screen, and Tom will now begin with a 6-point overview of the payroll exceptions tax bill before pausing for questions, then followed by Dan Eder, who will do the same for the interfund loan bill. So I am going to share my screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. And thanks to your incredible team at Central Staff as well for their ongoing research and response to the various questions. I again want to underscore, if folks do have questions that they'd like Central Staff to respond to, the deadline is noon on Friday, and thanks in advance for all your work. So as we have you tee up your screen, I'll turn it back over to your team for walking us through the legislation. Great. I want to also note for folks, you did receive Central Staff memos 2 Fridays ago on all of the legislation, so we also have that in our hip pocket.
Thank you for that reminder. So with that, we will move on to Tom Meixel's payroll expense tax overview.
Good morning. It's unclear if I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kirsten. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Mosqueda and members of the Select Budget Committee. As Kirsten described, I'm going to give a fairly high-level overview of the Council Bill 119772, which imposes a payroll expense tax. I'll discuss the provisions of the tax bill as introduced. I'm going to cover elements including the annual amount of revenue that is generated, the structure that is designed to collect that level of revenue, what businesses would generally be and go a little bit into the emergency clause provision and how that plays into the bill's adoption, and then discuss the elements of the imposition date and the due date and how those will come into play. So if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as noted in the summary fiscal note for the legislation, the annual revenue $500 million per year. The tax would go into effect on June 1st of 2020 this year, and would cut a partial year revenue for the first year of approximately $230 million. So in many places, $500 million the first year, or $286, and those are two key pieces of information that.
Can I interrupt? You are breaking up. I'm not sure if you can put the mic in a different location. Sorry, we just need the last point.
See if I can do anything.
That sounds better.
Okay, let's try this. So I think I've covered the revenue pieces. Just please let me know if there are difficulties. So go to the next slide.
Hi, Mike. This is Eric from IT. If you have the option to call into the meeting as well, and along with your video, you can call into the meeting with a phone, and that might give you better audio as well too. Unless you want to, also there, I don't know if you have any other devices going on in your household right now. So just if you want to do that.
Okay. I'm trying to make some technical changes here on the fly. Am I going through any better now?
You are, Tom.
Okay, great.
If there is a problem again, perhaps what I will do is ask for the next bill to be teed up, and we can have Dan walk us through that one while you get your audio set up. But for right now, Tom, you are coming through loud and clear. Your image is a little blurry, but we can definitely hear you. So why don't we go ahead and go with the presentation as is, and we will let you know if we can't hear you.
Great, thank you. So slide 4, please, Kirsten.
Mm-hmm.
So this is generally the general structure of the tax. So as has been described and discussed earlier in today's meeting, the tax is a 1.3% tax on payroll that is assigned to Seattle business. It generally applies to businesses with $7 million of annual payroll in the prior year. There are exempt categories that I will discuss further. And so one of the concepts is what do I mean when I say Seattle assigned payroll? And so this is a similar construction that's used for our city's current business and occupations tax. And it is a way of defining the tax base so that it relates to those activities that are occurring in Seattle and not in other jurisdictions. So similar to our existing B&O tax, there is a 3-part test that is applied in administering this bill as proposed. One is just determining if the individual is primarily assigned, so the place of business where that employee works is in Seattle. That would be the first check. If an employee is not primarily assigned to one specific location, but they perform 50% or more of their work in Seattle, they've entire amount of that person's payroll expense would be assigned. And then finally, if the employee is primarily assigned to any one particular location of business, but they do not perform 50% or more of their activities in any one place of business, but they do reside in Seattle, that would be assigned to the state. Next slide, please, Kirsten. So we're having questions since the bill was introduced about how the payroll expense tax apply in different business situations. And here are a few of the most frequent questions that are asked. I would note that with the independent contractor, it is specifically noted in the bill as introduced as a category of payroll expense that is included. So these are independent contractors. One thinks about the gig economy, and that's what we're talking about here in large measure. It's how the work performed by those independent contractors factor into the calculation of a business's payroll against the $7 million threshold. And the key here is if a business is employing an independent contractor and that independent contractor's payroll is not being included in some other business, then that the payment to that independent contractor would be included in that business's payroll expense. So again, that is specifically noted in the legislation. The next two that I'll discuss briefly are rather interpretations of the bill, given that there are different ways of organizing a business. One of these is integrated enterprises. And so this is a case where perhaps a business advertises and speaks about itself as one larger entity, but in fact could be a collection of smaller independently operated businesses that function under a single management consulting group. And for the purposes of discerning whether or not those businesses or that business, how they calculate their $7 million, their payroll against the $7 million threshold, each one of those independent businesses would be measured against the $7 million as opposed to doing some calculation of all those. And so it's a larger a restaurant enterprise that operates a number of different restaurants in the city. Restaurants is independently licensed. And then finally, this will be more familiar, but the concept of a franchise. And so there are national restaurants or national businesses that operate locations in the city. Each one of those franchises will have its own discrete individual business license. So rather than say all the McDonald's in the city, just to use a familiar example, tallying up, aggregating all of the payroll expenses at all those McDonald's, for the purposes of this bill, each individual McDonald's would determine whether or not their payroll expense is above or below the $7 million threshold. So I understand those are complex topics. Hopefully that helps shed a little light of how this tax would apply in those cases. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Tom. I know you're a little blurry, but you can hear us well. Is this a good point for us to jump in and ask questions?
I'm not that far away. I think we can get through it pretty quickly.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. The businesses that would generally be subject to the tax would be those above $7 million of payroll annually in the prior year. That does index with inflation starting in 2021. There are a number of exemptions. Nonprofit organizations, education employers, grocery stores, so this includes retail and wholesale groceries, local government employers, and then other businesses that are generally not subject to taxation by state or local law. On the next slide, which will include federal and state government, it will include insurance, businesses that sell motor fuel, and then businesses that sell electricity. Next slide, please. Kirsten?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is the last slide, and then we can go into some questions. I mentioned earlier the tax is effective June 1st of 2020. There will be some time allowed for the Department of Finance and Administrative Services to set up their audit, outreach, and collections capabilities. So there's about a year and a half for that. Businesses will be responsible for determining and maintaining records to calculate their tax liability. However, tax payments will not be collected until the final tax payment of the 2021 fiscal year, which is the final quarterly payment, which will be due by February of 2022. Finally, the emergency clause. The bill as proposed and as introduced includes emergency clause provision, which requires a 3/4 city council vote and the mayor's signature to go into effect, and it would have an immediate effective date if those two criteria are met. And that's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Director Aristad, is there anything else from your perspective before we do questions?
No, I think that I would just add that I know that some parts of Tom's presentation was difficult to hear, and we apologize for that. But if any of the council members would like to have, an offline individual briefing to discuss that part of the presentation, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Council colleagues, as we did last time, we're going to go through the roll call order to see if anybody has any questions, because I think it's the fairest way to make sure that we get through the full list to see if anyone does. I would like to start with Councilmember Peterson. Councilmember Peterson, any questions from you? Hearing none. Great. Councilmember Sawant and Councilmember Morales, we're going to turn to you guys last as the sponsors of this, and we'll make sure to get to you, though, and that way the folks who are newer to the legislation get a chance to ask their questions first. Councilmember Strauss, you're next. Any questions from you? Hearing none. Council President Gonzalez. Hearing none. Councilmember Juarez. Hearing none. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a quick question, and this may have been covered, but similarly, I had trouble with Tom going in and out a little bit. So I just wanted to maybe ask, given the COVID crisis, has there been any analysis of the impact that would have going forward on the revenue estimates and how much would come in due to this tax? It sounds like the universe for the initial 2020 payment would be kind of fixed because it would be based on last year's payroll. I don't know if I followed that, but going forward, I wonder if there's been revisions downward, upward, or wherever, based on the projected impact that COVID might have on the economy, the payroll of firms, or even the possible bankruptcy of some firms. So just wanted to ask that question.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I apologize for the audio. I'm trying to figure out workarounds here. So, Councilmember Strauss, thank you for your question. With regards to the, or Lewis, apologies. With regards to COVID-19 impacts, so when the proposal was being originally drafted, we were early in the public health crisis and recognized that an adjustment would be in order though little information to guide what that adjustment would be.
I apologize, colleagues, and I apologize to is I'm going to ask Tom to call back in, and we will put Council Member Lewis's question on hold really quickly. What I'd love for us, since we're running a little ahead of time, is actually have Tom call back in using audio only. Kirsten, you can walk us through the slides at that point so that we can actually have the presentation done again. Okay. We're a little ahead of time, so I think that there's time to do that. But it is really hard to hear you, and I think if you just called in using your phone instead of trying to do video, we'd all be able to hear you. I know that there's a number of people who are watching online who want to hear these details as well as folks in the press. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn it over to Dan, because I can see you well, Dan, and I'm assuming that you have excellent internet connection and audio. So we're going to put Councilmember Lewis's question on hold. When we're done with Dan's presentation, we'll also ask for questions. But then before we adjourn today, we're going to ask Tom to walk us through the presentation again, and then immediately address Councilmember Lewis's question at that point. I hope that that works, council colleagues. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan. Dan, you also have a PowerPoint presentation that you'll walk us through. If for some reason we can't hear you, we're going to immediately ask you to call back in so that we don't miss a beat. Councilmember Lewis, I apologize for the delay in having your question answered. I hope that's a satisfactory response for us to be able to do.
Fine with me, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dan Eater, thanks for waiting on the line here. For the viewing public's knowledge, could you start with the council bill that we're talking about so that people can follow along at home, and remind folks what an overview of the interfund loan is and how this ties into 2020 funding for immediate relief. And then we'll go back to Tom to talk about how that funding gets replenished with a possible revenue stream.
Happy to do that. My name is Dan Eater, for the record. I'm the Deputy Director of the City Council Central Staff. My portion of the presentation is about Council Bill 119773. This bill would authorize several city funds to make loans to the city's general fund. The purpose of the proposed loans is to support 2020 emergency spending that's covered in Council Bill 119774 that you heard about at your meeting on April 22nd. The emergency spending would be supported by the interfund loan until anticipated tax revenues become available through a proposed new business tax. And that's what Tom Mikesell was just describing, Council Bill 119772. So I'm going to cover the topics on your screen now, and I'll do my best to address questions as they arise. And if you could hold them until the end, that would make things, I think, easiest. Specifically, I will cover the cumulative loan amount that would be authorized by 119773. I'll discuss the source of the funds for the loan, the approach that the bill uses for minimizing impacts. I'll describe what we know about the year-end fund balance projections and how those appear to support or allow the city to support this kind of fund loan arrangement. And then I'll provide some additional context about interfund loans generally and these proposed ones in particular, including addressing the emergency clause. We can go to the next slide, please. So as shown on this slide, the cumulative loan amount that would be authorized by the bill is $200 million. These loans would be repaid plus interest using tax revenues that would begin to flow if the tax bill is approved. The flow of revenues would begin in early 2022, as Tom just described in his presentation. The bill identifies 6 different source funds for making up in a variety of potential paths the $200 million in cumulative loans, specifically the Low-Income Housing Fund, the Housing Incentive Fund, the Move Seattle Levy Fund, the Families Education Preschool and Promise Fund, the Metropolitan Parks District Fund, which is sometimes referred to as the Parks Levy Fund, and finally the 2019 Library Levy Fund. Now, the bill, as introduced, would authorize each of these funds to loan up to $50 million to the general fund. That I believe, I don't want to speak for the co-sponsors, but I believe that was intended as a starting place to evaluate how much is actually needed. As you'll see, there are not even amounts of anticipated year-end fund balances to borrow from, so that $50 million may want to be adjusted through potential amendments. This approach would provide the executive with some flexibility about how much the general fund will actually borrow from each of the source funds. The interfund loan bill provides discretion to the executive about the exact mix, as I was just describing, of which funds will provide how much money. Section 3 of the bill asks the executive to do some analysis needed to arrive at an approach that minimizes or eliminates any impacts to planned spending from each of the selected source funds. The bill also directs the executive to provide a report to the council within 3 weeks that identifies the selected source funds and amounts. In general, the expectation is that during the period of the loans, the city will not need these cash reserves to pay for near-term spending commitments. Next slide, please, Kirsten. Thank you. The next slide essentially backs up the thinking behind that conclusion, namely that the funds would have sufficient cash balances to make a cumulative $200 million of loans. I know that there's a lot of numbers on this slide, so I want to walk you through what information we have and what unknowns remain. For each of the 6 funds that I mentioned, there are 2 columns of numbers. The first column of numbers, labeled at the top 2020 budget, identifies the amount of projected year-end fund balance, that is to say cash reserves that were not expected to be spent by the end of 2020. This is from the perspective of the adopted 2020 budget. So that the City Council took action and the Mayor signed the adopted budget in November of 2019, before the 2019 had officially closed its books. The second column, labeled CBO Update, has more recent information that reflects information that was available subsequent to the adoption of the budget. Both of these columns, in general, what I want to draw your attention to the bottom line. There appears to be enough money from the anticipated year-end fund balances to support a $200 million loan without impacting planned spending from these funds. In the 2020 budget column, I'm going to draw your attention to the middle of the chart where it says subtotal $245 million. That's how much cash is expected to be available that won't be spent for other purposes as of the viewpoint from the 2020 adopted budget. That number has increased for the 4 funds that are being subtotaled by about $69 million to a new anticipated ending fund balance for these 4 funds of $314 million. That's good news from the perspective of the city's ability to support an interfund loan of $200 million. I broke out the 4 funds at the top because we have more detailed information about each of those funds. The 2 funds at the bottom, the Housing Incentive Fund and the Metropolitan Parks District Fund, we're still chasing down information about that. So I apologize apologize that I don't have all the information that I wish I had to share with you. But just from those 4 funds at the top, it now appears as of the end of 2019 that there's going to be about $314 million in available resources. Now, I think there's an important caveat that I want to share with you, which is that the CBO update, the column on the right on this screen, does not yet reflect the revenue hit that the general fund is now expected to take, that Ben Noble, the CBO director, described to you at your previous meeting on the 22nd. The expectation is that CBO and Ben Noble in his presentation described this, some of the tools in his toolkit, is that he may be looking to use some of the fund balances from these funds to address some of the shortfall in the general fund. That, of course, is subject to City Council review and your approval. So you essentially have some policy choices about what you want to do with the anticipated revenue that will be in the city's consolidated cash pool from these funds at the end of 2020. Kirsten, I'd like to go to the next slide, please. So this slide provides some additional context. In general, I wanted to just make sure everyone understands that it has been a routine practice of the city to borrow between funds, to do interfund loans. I just pulled out some recent examples, did a search on Legistar. The largest interfund loan that I could find in not only recent history, but going back many years, is an $85 million interfund loan for the seawall replacement. And we essentially borrowed to begin doing construction on the seawall ahead of receiving property taxes from a voter-approved bond measure. But there have been many other interfund loans. Here are some examples. The $29 million in 2019, $26 million for Mercer West in 2019 as well. We borrowed against the expected revenues for the waterfront lid, and we also authorized about $5 million to stand up the short-term rental tax in 2017. That was a city-approved, not a voter-approved measure. So it is in the city's financial toolkit, if you will, to use interfund loans. There is always an expectation that monies will become available in the future to repay the interfund loan that has been taken out. That has generally been the city's experience, but on occasion we have found that the city's expectation is not met. And some examples come to mind. There are an interfund loan that we took many years ago to begin construction of, and actually complete construction of, the South Lake Union streetcar. The interfund loan was intended to be paid off with a variety of revenues that didn't come to fruition on the timeline that was originally anticipated. And then we took another interfund loan related to the streetcar operations that we also took longer than anticipated to pay back, but we are paying back, and I believe now have fully paid back. The other things I wanted to call to your attention on this slide is that Ben Noble's discussion of the various kinds of revenues that feed the city's general fund are on the decline. The one exception to that in Dr. Noble's presentation from April 22nd is the property tax. Property taxes are, at least in the foreseeable future, anticipated to be very stable. I think Ben Noble's presentation anticipated perhaps a 1% decline in property tax. And the 6 funds that are the source funds for the interfund loan to the general fund, contemplated by this council bill, are almost entirely, not 100%, but almost are predominantly funded with a property tax revenue. So we think that the revenue picture is pretty stable for the feeding of these funds. But the fiscal impacts on the year-end balances depend not only on the revenues coming in, but also the planned uses. And so I describe that as unknown, because there are some policy decisions to make about what level of spending will continue throughout the balance of the year, and what other competing uses for the fund balances may be proposed and considered and ultimately approved by the City Council. Next slide, please. The last thing I wanted to mention was, like with the other two bills, there is an emergency clause. The purpose of the interfund loan is to support emergency 2020 appropriations. So the interfund loan would be the funding source, and would be the bill would be effective immediately upon both an affirmative vote of 3/4 of council members and the mayor's signature. I guess the last thing I'd leave you with is that the three bills, the spending bill, the tax bill, and the interfund loan, are proposed to work as a package. The 2020 emergency spending relies on the interfund loan as a revenue source, and the interfund loan, in turn, relies on the tax bill going into effect to provide a way to repay the amount borrowed by the general fund. And that concludes my prepared remarks. I'd be happy to address any questions you may have. If I can't address them immediately, I commit to doing my best to get you quick answers after this meeting.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate your flexibility. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We appreciate your flexibility. Colleagues, we are going to ask for questions on this interfund loan proposal, and we do have confirmation that Tom is back on, so no worries for our council colleagues, the viewing public, and the press. We will do his presentation again. We still have another hour's worth of time in this committee, so we have plenty of time to have his presentation in detail walk through again. Council colleagues, I appreciate your patience as we all participate remotely, and I will ask if council members have any questions. Councilmember Peterson? Hearing no questions. Councilmember Strauss? Hearing no questions. Council President Gonzalez? Hearing no questions. Councilmember Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a couple of quick questions. One of them is clarifying. So, Dan, earlier you talked about how there's a certain amount of money in these different funds that we're looking at to potentially enter into interfund loans with that don't have near-term spending commitments. I'm curious what the definition of a near-term spending commitment is, just for clarification. Like there's no current plan to use it, or there are current plans, but it's not for another year. Like, what does that mean?
Well, I would say that the answer is year by year. The funds are fed by resources, revenues. In most cases, as I mentioned in my prepared remarks, we're talking about property taxes coming in generally in April and October. The annual budget authorizes spending to happen out of these funds, so that there can never be more spending than there is money on hand to spend. The year-end fund balance is a straightforward difference between the revenues that are coming in the door and the anticipated spending and authorized spending that is allowed from each of the funds. So by near term, I guess for 2020, I mean between today and the end of 2020. If there is a positive fund balance, and there always should be a positive fund balance, that means that we're anticipating more revenues to be available than planned spending.
Madam Chair, do have an additional question. I don't know if you want to go
Please
through.
continue. Yeah, you're okay. Please
Okay. So then, Dan, going back, you discussed earlier that there had been an interfund loan on the streetcar. I didn't see a number enumerated for how much that interfund loan was, unless I missed it. But the streetcar interfund loan was one you said that the expectation hadn't been realized on the timeline of how it would be backfilled. So I guess my question is, how big of an interfund loan was that one, and where did the money come from to backfill it? Was it just general fund, normal general fund revenue, and the budget was put together in that year, or was there some other way that money was realized, like brought back?
Yeah, my understanding is that that is a long, a question which needs a long answer, probably longer than you want me to go into here. But I can find out both the original amount. I believe that amount, I'm sorry, I don't know the number offhand, but I believe that number was actually increased because the interest began to accrue, and so the amount of money that was eventually owed was more than the original amount. I don't know the answer to what specific revenues were used to repay the loan, nor do I know in particular the status of the loan today. So I will follow up with all of that information for you.
All right, I appreciate that. I'm really, really interested in that, obviously, given the size of the interfund loan that's envisioned by this legislation, and given the challenges we have with the general fund. I just think it's important to make sure that we look at some of our past experiences and just, this is kind of related to my conversation for Tom in the sense of the strength and viability of this funding source in the wake of the strains that COVID might cause on the economy, making sure we don't set up a massive time bomb for the general fund on top of what's already happening is going to be a priority for me. So that information would be really instructive, I think, for how I'm engaging with this legislation. And I really appreciate that. And like I said, kind of related to Tom's question. So when we get back into that presentation, I'll bring it back up. But Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Juarez, any questions from you? Hearing none. Council colleagues Morales and Sawant, I do have a few questions. If I could get to those before hearing from the sponsors, that'd be great. I'll just ask two for right now. Question about the date. The legislation sets the date of no later than 12/31/2021 for repayment to each loan account, but also provides the Director of Finance with the ability to modify the repayment schedule. Is there any chance that the Director of Finance could push the due date out beyond December 31st, 2021?
I don't believe so. I think that the modification is generally to make the repayment sooner than the final authorized date of repayment. If in the event that it does take longer than 12/31 of 2021 to repay the loan, then my understanding is that additional council authorization would be needed to extend the period of the loan.
Okay. And then a question about the interfund loan impact. I understand that you said, based on previous calculations, that we believe there's a buffer within these fund sources that would not mitigate or not impact the programs that had been originally slated for using those dollars. Could you explain a little bit more about housing? I know that when we do affordable housing, often funding is committed in out years, while the funds may still be in the fund source itself. A lot of times those dollars are accounted for. Can you talk a little bit more about the Office of Housing or any analysis that we've done to analyze whether or not the interfund loan would affect the future funding cycles for affordable housing, for example?
Yes, of course. And as your question points out, the Low-Income Housing Fund is the largest anticipated year-end fund balance. So you're right to be asking, probing about how stable that expectation is. My understanding of how the Office of Housing partners with housing developers who are building affordable housing is that it makes a commitment of city resources, generally as a partner in a larger funding scheme for any given project. Our funding is used to leverage other funding sources to support the entire project. In order for other funding sources to come to the table with their money so that the project can actually begin construction, the city has to demonstrate that it has the resources actually committed to all of the projects that are anticipating a partnership contribution from the city. So the way that the city books its resources is it makes a commitment to fund X number of millions of dollars for ABC housing development, and it puts that money aside in the low-income housing fund. It is typically in that particular fund for 1 or 2 or sometimes even 3 years before the housing project advances to the stage that it actually needs that money. So that's why the Low-Income Housing Fund has a rather large anticipated ending fund balance in 2020. These are dollars that are in large part committed. I think of the roughly $250 or so million. I'm sorry, I can't see the slide immediately. About $150 million is committed to very specific projects that are simply not ready to accept the money and don't anticipate to be ready to accept the money in 2020. The remaining approximately $100 to $110 million is unreserved and is available for future commitments to other projects, but we haven't yet identified which those projects are.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Yes, but I may have some follow-up questions and would love to maybe think through some examples. And then lastly, before turning it over to the sponsors, you briefly touched on this, but could you elaborate a little bit more given the forecasted downturn in revenue? While assumptions were made prior to COVID, looking at years back, can you talk a little bit more about if there is unanticipated decreases in the revenue projected for these fund sources that we're using to pay the interfund loans? Can you talk about a backup plan or what other strategies may exist to repay these accounts?
The city would be essentially borrowing from itself. And would eventually, I think we are good for repaying ourselves the money that we've borrowed. There are no examples in the past that I know of where we have not repaid an interfund loan. The example that I touched upon earlier, the streetcar capital development loan and the operating loan, those are examples where it took us longer to repay the loan than we had initially anticipated. But those loans were repaid or are being repaid, and I'm sorry, I don't know the exact status of both of those loans at this point. Maybe a small amount still owing over a period of time. And during the period of time, interest continued to accrue. So it's relatively low interest amounts because it's equivalent to what the city would be earning on its short-term, very conservative investments of the city's consolidated cash pool. But we effectively would, in the future, if there wasn't a way to repay the loan, we would have to make some hard choices about what to do with the remaining funds that we do have.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think that may be separate from the question that you were asking, which is what happens if the revenue sources themselves go down. Right now there's a cushion of about $140 million above the $200 million. So unless the property taxes decreased by more than 35%, about 150 out of I'm sorry, I can't do the math in my head, but unless there was a dramatic decrease in the property taxes that feed these funds, I wouldn't anticipate that being a problem.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for walking through those questions for us. Councilmember Sawant and Morales, as the sponsors of the legislation, do you have any questions before we go back to Tom to talk through the first bill?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Councilmember Morales, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much, Dan. I know the whole central staff has been working really hard to help navigate us through all of this development and questions. So I really appreciate the work you've been doing. I'm looking at the memo that you sent last week. And when you're talking about the effective and due dates, it does indicate that the earliest we expect to be able to collect the tax and have the infrastructure set up would be 2022 or the first quarter of 2022. That is substantially different from the conversation that we were hearing in January and February when there was, a similar idea being proposed in Olympia. We were hearing at that time that the city would be able to collect payroll tax, and in fact was doing it on behalf of King County. So I just want to understand a little bit better the discrepancy there.
Councilmember, sorry, I don't know exactly what information you were referring to in terms of conversations about the county tax and the timing for collection. I can tell you that in the conversations I've had with the City Budget Office and the Department of Finance and Administrative Services, the executive staff I've spoken to have been consistent in telling me that it would take on the order of a year and a half to set up the infrastructure to begin to responsibly accept revenues from taxpayers, to do the rulemaking that would establish, for the edge cases and for the general taxpayer, what they owe in different circumstances, and to have the financial systems in place to track, audit, and enforce the tax collection.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Morales, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sawant, any questions from you?
I don't have questions because a lot of this is familiar to me, but there are things that I can help clarify on some of the points that have come up. I really, first of all, appreciate Dan sharing the sort of common sense slides that, interfund loans are a standard mechanism that municipalities use, and, there are examples that he has given. And I also appreciate your question, Councilmember Mosqueda, that Dan responded to about how the low-income housing fund works. I won't repeat those points, but I would say that for council members who are concerned about budget shortfalls, and I am extremely concerned about budget shortfalls, I just want to point out that we have to understand that rejecting a new progressive revenue source is not a smart strategy for us, because we may, first of all, I just want to appreciate that just in terms of numbers, Dan pointing out that the kind of buffer that exists, and also the relative stability of the property tax as a revenue source. But the point being that when we're heading into a deep recession, which we don't know how long it will last, it may be okay to use existing buffers this year, but what about next year and so on? And so as long as there is a reliance on regressive taxes, then revenues are going to plummet, continue plummeting if we don't have new taxes through progressive revenue sources. And I think that that's a very important point we have to point out, which is the difference between this legislation saying we will do an interfund loan and then cover it with new revenue sources that will come into effect when the tax revenues are available through taxing big business. That's completely different than the city saying that we're going to cover budget shortfalls through the buffers that are available, because the latter case is an example of an austerity budget, because that would mean that those funds will not be available for the needs that are actually available. So, for example, effectively it would mean that the mayor would cut tens or hundreds of millions of dollars from affordable housing to cover the budget shortfall, because those funds will not then be available later. So I just wanted to point out a very key difference between the two cases. And then lastly, just on the emergency clause, just to clarify, why we have done this emergency. I mean, it is not some technicality. It is because people are in an emergency that the legislation has been drafted as an emergency legislation. And we know that the emergency will not pass once the immediate medical danger is also, going to pass. We know we're going to be in a recession. So I just wanted to point out concretely, if there were no emergency clause, then we would have to wait for 30 days for the legislation to go into effect. The city would lose $40 million, and the workers, who would get cash assistance, families, they would have to find other ways to make rent. And also that we saw the example of the big business backed referendum. And I think that, the emergency clause should be seen in that light, why it is so important for people to have this immediately. Yeah, I'll just stop there. And if there are further questions, I can help clarify in addition to central staff clarifications.
Thank you so very much. Before we move to the payroll expense tax, we do have some questions from Council President Gonzalez. Council President Gonzalez, thank you so much for waiting. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And if I can ask Council Central Staff to go to the slide that shows the interfund loan types. Here, nope, I think it's slide 11. There we go. Thank you so much. So Dan, on this particular slide, so it's my understanding that all of these, number 1 through 6, so this legislation proposes taking $50 million from each of these funding sources in order to get to $200 million. Is my understanding accurate?
With a slight amendment, up to $50 million, because if you took 50 from each of the 6, that would get to $300 million.
Okay. So nonetheless, setting aside the amount of where the dial would be set, these are the funding sources proposed to get to up to $200 million.
That's correct.
Okay. And on all of these 6 items, are all of these levies?
All of them are fed with levies, except the Housing Incentive Fund, which we're still investigating, but we think is actually a sub-fund to the Low-Income Housing Fund. That one is generally supported by MHA, I'm going to get the terminology wrong, but Mandatory Housing Affordability Act in payments in lieu of building affordable housing for additional height incentives.
Okay, so then if I'm looking at these 6 options, then number 3, 4, 5, and 6 are accurately characterized as voter-approved levies.
Yes, that's correct. And the Low-Income Housing Fund is.
I don't want you to talk about the Low-Income Housing Fund right now. I'm asking you to confirm my simple question, which is number 3, 4, 5, and 6 are voter-approved levies. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And 3, 4, 5, and 6 listed on this slide are all reliant on property taxes. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, so far as I know, that is the only source for those funds, property taxes.
Okay. And in the context of those voter-approved tax levies related to 3, 4, 5, and 6 on slide 11, what language in the enabling ordinances and any implementation and evaluation plans related to those funds permit those funds to be used for inter-fund loans?
I don't have a ready answer for you other than I can tell you that I am not aware of any language that either specifically authorizes or specifically constrains the city's ability to do an inter-fund loan from these funds.
Okay, so my understanding of at least the Families Education and Preschool Promise Levy, which I was a prime sponsor on, that has an enabling ordinance that uses a lot of shall language for the items that will be supported through that funding. So has the law department been engaged on either items 3, 4, 5, and 6 to provide us with their legal opinion on how those dollars may be used either for the programs, for the programs proposed Salant Morales spending plan?
You cut out a little bit, Council President, but I think I understood the gist of the question. Yes, the law department has been engaged in a review of the proposed legislation.
So I wouldn't ask you to divulge attorney-client privilege in open session, but I would ask that you share that legal opinion with me and my office. I would certainly appreciate seeing that. And then second, sort of the second line of questioning here is in the examples of, and I think this is where we can go to slide 13. Oh, sorry, maybe it was 12, slide 12. Nope. 14. Sorry, I'll get it right. 14. There we go. So on this slide, Dan, I understand the concept that you're describing, which is that, it's pretty interfund loans as a common concept, and by definition allows us to use existing revenue sources and streams to pay for other services on the promise that we'll pay these back. So it's giving ourselves a credit card and then paying back on that credit. So in these cases, however, on the seawall replacement, affordable housing, Mercer West, waterfront lid, and the short-term rental tax, while I understand that we have borrowed against ourselves for other purposes, I guess what I'm asking is what details can you provide us right now about how those dollars were used? So in other words, I'll just play it out. On the $85 million for the seawall replacement, what were the $85 million used for? Same question for the $29 million affordable housing, the $26 million Mercer West, and the $19 million waterfront lid, and the $5 million short-term rental tax. What were the purposes of the spending for which we took out the interfund loan? And was it in one chunk, or was it in sort of over a period of time and we took bits here and bits there? I just want to know a little bit more, and if you have some details about that now, I'd appreciate hearing it. If not, you can get it to me offline, but I want to hear more details about sort of the mechanisms and the principles, frankly, the fiscal policies and principles that were underlying the interfund loaning that was going back and forth in these particular examples that you have here.
Yeah, what I have from each of these examples is what the money was used for. What I don't have offhand is exactly which fund did the loaning that was repaid with the funding sources. And I think that's what you're really probably after. So I think it would be best for me to follow up offline and get you this information rather than tell you what I know that isn't that interesting to you.
Yeah, Dan, no, I appreciate that. That is a good clarification because I actually had heard it the other way around. I had heard you say that these dollars were taken from these projects for other things. And what you're saying now is that these dollars were taken from other places to fund the things that are listed here. And so I think my question still stands. I appreciate you giving me that correction, but I would really appreciate understanding again, where did that $85 million come from in order to do the seawall replacement? Where did the $29 million come from in order to do the affordable housing? Sort of what was the place, the revenue stream for that, and sort of what were the underlying financial fiscal policy principles that were at play in the course of making those decisions, and were they executive initiated, or were they council driven?
Yes, I'll be happy to follow up with that information. I understand the question.
Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions, Chair Mosqueda. I appreciate your indulgence in looping back to me. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, council colleagues. We do have Tom, who is back on the line from central staff. Colleagues, I'm going to ask us to walk through the presentation in full again. If you are paying attention online, you can see the full PowerPoint presentations linked in the agenda. Kirsten, I'm going to ask you to start with slide number 1 so people can see the difference. We just concluded a conversation about the interfund loan led by Dan Eder, Council Bill 119773. And because of technical difficulties and audio quality, we're going to ask Tom Meixel to walk us through Council Bill 119772, the payroll expense tax, so that there's full transparency both with our colleagues and the viewing public and any press that are following this. So Tom, I believe your audio has been tested, but let's test it out before we begin, and then we will walk through the first part of the presentation so that there's full transparency. Before we conclude, I'll also turn it back over to the sponsors for any clarification on legislative intent before we wrap up, but we will have plenty of time to ask questions on this as well. Tom, let's test your audio.
Hi, Chair Mosqueda. Can you hear me?
I can. It is still a little glitchy, but if there are any problems, we will make sure that this gets transferred to our next committee meeting so that there is not any concerns. Tom, please try to speak slowly just in case the audio needs to catch up with your presentation. And I believe Kirsten has teed you up for the payroll expense tax overview. So we have your slides ready to go. Thanks so much, Tom.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so I will try to fill in any gaps and go over the presentation in complete. And so we are talking about Council Bill 119772. This first slide just gives an overview of the slides that I will touch on through the presentation. We will cover the annual revenue amount, the tax structure, including the rate and the threshold. We'll go into what businesses are generally subject to the tax and talk about some of the descriptions of different business situations. We'll talk about the exemptions in the bill. There is an emergency clause that is included in the legislation, and so I'll speak to the effect of that. And then finally, I will touch and conclude with a discussion of the date that the tax is imposed and the actual due dates for tax payments. So next slide, please. At a high level, the tax is structured to bring in $500 million per year. The tax goes into effect of June 1st of this year, so there is a partial collection assumption that's included in revenue estimates. Since it goes into effect June 1st, there is approximately 7 months of collection, and so
just doing the simple math, that would be a $286 million of revenue for 2020. Next slide, please. The rate for the tax is 1.3% of payroll assigned to Seattle. Assigned to Seattle is a technical term, and it's similar to the way that the city's current business license tax, the way that it determines the amount of economic activity that happens within the city limits for purposes of determining business tax liability. So for the purposes of this bill, for businesses to determine what their payroll is against the $7 million exemption threshold, they would apply a three-part test similar to the business license tax. First, would look at whether or not an employee is assigned to work in Seattle, so they work for a business that's operating in Seattle. Next criteria is if they are not primarily assigned to any one location, it would look to see where the employee performs 50% more of their work. So if the employee performs 50% or more of their work in Seattle, then the entire amount of that individual's payroll would be included in the tax base. And then finally, in instances where an employee works in multiple locations and does not perform work does not perform 50% more of their work in any single city, but that person does live in Seattle, that full amount of the payroll would be included in measuring against the $7 million threshold. Next slide. So there is the exemption threshold, so businesses below $7 million would not pay. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the different business situations. So this slide covers some of those situations that have come up in discussions after the bill was introduced, essentially trying to understand how the tax would apply in different situations. I would note the first, independent contractors, is actually specifically included in the legislation. The second two, integrated enterprises and franchise businesses, are not specifically noted within the legislation. The points on the slide and my comments will just basically provide an interpretation of how the tax would apply for those situations. With regards to independent contractors, these are, I guess when you hear the term gig workers, that's essentially what we're talking about. So in cases where a business has so they hire and pay compensation to an independent contractor, and in instances where that person is not working for some other business, then the entire amount of the payments to the independent contractors would be included in the business's calculation of its total payroll expense. The next, integrated enterprise. So again, this is not specifically included in the legislation, but it is a interpretation of how the legislation would apply. These are instances where a business may formally or informally advertise itself as a larger business structure, but in terms of practice, it is actually a collection of smaller businesses that perhaps report to or are managed by a larger management corporation. So each individual business that holds a business license would be tested against the $7 million threshold, as opposed to aggregating all of those individual cases as one group entity and testing against the $7 million threshold. So finally, franchise businesses, these will perhaps be more familiar. These are cases where a business can enter in an agreement with a larger national, in many cases, corporation, and use trade information, naming information, business plan information to operate their own individual business. So in these instances, each one of those franchise businesses will be measured against the $7 million threshold, as opposed to aggregating them
all of the different franchises that operate in the city and testing against a $7 million threshold. And so the example I like to refer to is McDonald's. It's a national name, and there are many McDonald's within the city of Seattle. In the instance that each one of those holds a business license, each one of those individual restaurants would be measured against the $7 million threshold in the legislation. Next slide, please. So I covered it a few times, but generally the $7 million threshold applies. There are a number of exemptions in the bill. These include nonprofit organizations, any educational employers, grocery stores, including retail and wholesale, and these are generally stores that sell 75% or more of their sales are for tax-exempt food products. Local government employers. Next slide, please. Federal and state governments, insurance businesses, which are generally not subject to tax, businesses that sell, manufacture, distribute motor vehicle fuel, and businesses that sell or distribute liquor. And next slide, please. So with regards to the due dates and the effective date, the tax would be effective June 1st of 2020. Businesses would then, at that point in time, begin to determine their liability for the tax. However, there is an element of administration, outreach, and audit that needs to be established in the Department of Finance and Administrative Services, and the bill provides for a approximately 18-month period from the effective date of the tax to the end of next year for the determining the liability and then making the final payments. And so all tax payments for 2020 and 2021 would be due with the final quarterly payment of 2021, which is due within 1 month at the end of the fiscal year, which would be due by February 1st, 2022. Accruals, this is essentially just the accounting speak for the ways in which governments can monitor their revenue flows against the obligations that they have. And this is similar to our current practice. Any tax receipts that are measurable and receivable that come in successive periods, so in this case, the payments that come by February 2022, those could be accrued back into the 2021 fiscal year to meet the interfund loan, which Dan Nieder described earlier, as well as other spending obligations as a result of the spending plan. And then finally, the emergency clause. So the legislation does include an emergency clause with an immediate effective date. To have successful passage of the legislation, it would require a 3/4 council vote and the signature of the mayor. So hopefully that came through loud and clear this time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do believe there was a Councilmember Lewis question that I'm prepared to respond to, but I would defer to the chair as to how she would like me to proceed.
Thank you very much, Tom. We did hear you loud and clear. I hope the viewing public who was having concerns is still tuned in and could hear you as well. And for anyone who does write in with concerns about not being able to hear your previous presentation, we'll make sure to send them the recorded link to Seattle Channel for this full walkthrough. Councilmember Lewis, I'm going to turn it directly back over to you. Do you mind posing your question again for the continuity of the conversation?
Of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to rephrase the question from earlier, it was essentially have the revenue projections going forward from this tax changed at all given the potential impacts of COVID on the economy and how that might have an impact on the payroll of firms, the bankruptcy of firms, if it would potentially reduce the tax base. I'm just wondering if that is, I mean, I guess first, if that is a valid concern. Second, whether that's been factored into the current estimates on the integrity of the projections on how much this would raise over the next couple of years.
Okay, so I guess to
acknowledged the concern when we were developing the rate. So we had information that came by way of the Employment Security Department. It was 2018 data, and estimates were being developed prior to the COVID emergency truly was revealing what the impacts were going to be. So we were kind of a little bit trying to figure out a way to account for the potential impacts of the COVID emergency, particularly with regards to social distancing. And given that there is with little information at the time about what those impacts could look like, the approach that we used was to look at the share of employment, share of total covered employment that was represented by accommodation and food service, arts, entertainment, and recreation businesses, which is about 12% of the total employment, and use that since those are those business sectors which are most clearly being damaged by the social distancing or seeing impacts from that. We use that as a proxy. And again, this was earlier on. Subsequent to that time, we have now seen CBO's presentation, which of course they're dealing with great levels of uncertainty as well. But it's, as we learn more information, it gives a possibility to test assumptions that are made. And the report from that is that unemployment, which it would probably be the best read as to what the impacts would be from a payroll expense tax. Unemployment has increased anywhere from 3.1 to 9.6% in 2020 based on those estimates. So that compares to the 12% adjustment that's made for sizing the rate that's used in this tax. So it's, again, that was the approach that was taken to kind of account for the economic uncertainty, and it seems, at least given the more recent information, as bad as the information is, it at least verifies that the adjustment that was made was in the right direction, and that's approximately the correct order of magnitude.
Councilmember Lewis, any additional follow-up questions from you?
No, Tom, thank you so much for that response.
Okay, great. Council colleagues, I'm going to go back to the roll call to see if there's any questions. Now that we could hear Tom's presentation, there may be more questions. Councilmember Peterson? Hearing no questions. Councilmember Strauss? Hearing no questions. Council President Gonzalez?
Thank you, Chair Mosqueda. I do have, I think, just one quick question. If Council Central staff could scroll back to this one. Yes, thank you so much. Slide 8 is great. Thank you so much. So I just want to get clarification from you, Tom, on a couple of points on this particular slide. So on the tax effective and due dates, the first bullet point says effective June 1st, 2020. I want to make sure that I understand what that means. Does effective mean that is effective the same as implementation, or effective means it's something else? Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. So the effective date is when the tax liability will begin for those businesses that have liability given the exemptions and the thresholds. Though it is clear that the administrative functions are not set up and in place. And those will include procuring systems, technology within the Department of Finance Administrative Services to administer the tax, hire the outreach and audit staff necessary to administer the tax, and essentially stand up the tax collection infrastructure. And that's why the other side of this equation is when the payments are due. And there is an 18-month period between when the the tax liability begins, and then when the actual payments will be collected and received into the city's coffers. And that period is what allows for the administrative functions to be stood up. But that being said, the liability would be in place, and businesses will be responsible for making those tax payments by the end of 2021. And in the interim period, the administrative functions we set up and the outreach will be established, and the interface with the businesses will take place to make the determinations and bridge the gap between the June 1st effective date and the February 2022 payment of all those liabilities.
So the term effective June 1st, 2020 it does not mean collected starting June 1st, 2020.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Is there any portion of the payroll expense tax as proposed that would be collected in 2020?
No.
Okay. On the emergency clause piece, so this is appeared once here and once in Dan's presentation, where it talks about how the immediate effective date with 3/4 city council vote and mayoral signature. I think it's really important for us to have a conversation and to hear from you what the impact of an emergency clause is on the council's legislative process. So I'd like for you to talk more about that.
I can speak to how it pertains to what the approval of this bill. I don't know if that's the true scope of your question.
That's all I'm asking. So I need.
Okay.
I think it's, we've sort of thrown that phrase out a couple of times now in this presentation, but we haven't taken the time to explain in the context of these proposals what the effect is of an emergency clause.
Got it. So a normal bill would require a majority vote of the council, which with a 9-member council is 5 council members affirming the approval of the legislation, and then that piece of legislation would go to the mayor for either a signature or to let it go into action without further action of the mayor. In this particular case, since it has an emergency clause, the threshold for passage is higher. It would require an affirmative vote of 7 out of the 9 members of council. And further, it would require the mayor's signature for approval, so that there is not a situation where the council would approve and then the mayor could not act and have that go into law. And then a final piece that is part of this is if the bill is passed with the 3/4 vote and the mayor does sign, there is no provision for a referendum for this piece of legislation.
And what happens if the city council secures 3/4 of the vote? In other words, 7 council members vote in the affirmative for the bills, but the mayor does not sign the bill.
My understanding is that the bill would not go into effect with that algorithm.
And if the bill doesn't go into effect because the mayor didn't sign it, would the city council have an opportunity to reconsider this legislation?
There would be no opportunity to reconsider the legislation, though it could be reintroduced as a newly numbered bill.
Is it as simple as a reintroduction with a new council bill, Tom, or would there have to be something that's substantively different?
I do not know the answer to that question specifically, Council President. Perhaps someone else on the call. Otherwise, I could follow up. This is Dan Eater. I believe that the substantive change that would need to take place in the circumstance that you just described, Council President, where the mayor either vetoed the bill or just simply withheld her signature. As Tom mentioned, the bill would not go into effect. If the council wanted to take up a new bill, the substantive change would be that it would not be emergency legislation, or else if it were otherwise the same, at least the emergency clause would need to be eliminated from the proposal.
If Council Central staff could follow up with me offline on that, I think that would be helpful to me, because my understanding is a little different than what you've just described, Dan. So if we could connect offline, that would be greatly appreciated. Chair Mosqueda, I don't have any other questions on this portion of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council President. Looking at the list, are there any additional council members besides the prime sponsors that would like to ask a question? Okay, Councilmember Morales and Councilmember Sawant, before I turn it over to you, I do have a few follow-up questions as well. Following up with Council President Gonzalez's question around the effective date of, she asked if there would be any taxes collected in the year 2020, and I believe you said the answer is no, even though the legislation says effective in 2020. Can you also confirm, my understanding was that there would be no taxes collected in the year 2021 either, that those would not be due until 2022, looking back at the 2021 year. Can you comment on that for us briefly?
That is correct. The liabilities will accrue for 2020 and for 2021, though the payments are not due from businesses until that final tax payment of 2021, which is formally due February of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Kirsten, could you please go to slide number 4 for us? Okay. So looking at slide number 4, I had a follow-up question on this. In determining which businesses have a $7 million or higher Seattle payroll in the previous year, are we also looking at 2021 years, or is it a different threshold that we are looking at to determine which businesses have a higher Seattle payroll than $7 million?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, in each year, the businesses will be looking at their most immediate prior year. So for making a determination of tax liability in 2020, businesses will be looking at their 2019 payroll. And so going in order, if businesses are determining their tax liability for 2021, they will be looking at whether or not their payrolls were above or below the $7 million threshold in 2020, and that basically carries through through the life of the tax. Always looking back at the prior year's payroll and determine whether or not they have a liability in the current year.
Okay, thank you so much. And in looking at slide 4, definition of Seattle assigned payroll, in our conversations over the last 2 weeks and thinking about how we respond to the emergency that is COVID and the need to get assistance out the door to small businesses, workers, to ensure food security and housing security, among other things. I know that there's been reference to the House Bill 2907. I just want to crosswalk the definition of Seattle assigned payroll and see if we are using a similar definition. I believe the answer is yes, but I want to double check. When you look at the 3 sub bullets here, is it similar language that you have pulled from the House bill to identify how we would define which companies have Seattle payroll? Is that similar in language that the House bill used?
Chair Mosqueda, I do recall looking back. There were, if you will recall, there was a House Bill 2907 and there was a House Bill 2948, and they both looked at a countywide tax I do recall, I believe it was 2948, had a similar construction, though it was making the permutations with the county as the focus versus the city, since it was a county tax. Though I do not know if the language is exactly the same, though I do recall that it was similar to 2948.
Okay, great. I may ask for a follow-up on that as well, and I know that it will probably just take a quick second for me to do too. So if you don't mind, maybe let's just follow up on that to see where there might be any deviations, as I know that how we define Seattle assigned payrolls is an important question that was asked during public testimony as well. Council colleagues, I appreciate your questions. I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Tom? I want to make sure you got all the chance to say everything you needed to.
I'm all good here. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, hold on for a second. Let's just double check. Are there any additional questions before I turn it over to the prime sponsors? Hearing none. Councilmember Sawant and Councilmember Morales, thanks again for your feedback as we go through this. I know you provided your comments about legislative intent last time. Are there any follow-up comments on legislative intent or questions that you'd like to throw out while we have central staff on the phone?
Thank you. Yes, I just do have kind of a technical question, Tom. We have had a little bit of back and forth with folks from the grocery industry, and so I do have a question similar to Councilmember Mosqueda's about whether the exemption language that we have here mirrors the House bills that were introduced in Olympia. And depending on the answer to that question, I'm wondering if kind of a technical cleanup might be to reference the NAICS code for the industry that we are intending to exempt. The point here is not to exempt, gas stations or corner stores or even Target that sell lots of things besides groceries. But we do want to acknowledge that there are food stores that are providing really critical service and that we match the intent with the language that we actually have.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Morales. With regards to the exemption, it's similar to my prior response about the assignment of payroll calculations. The language is similar. I don't know. I do not recall if it's word for word the same. I do know that I had conversations with individuals who were involved in drafting the state legislation, and that the intent was to have the language be similar and be based on a metric that is established in state law, which is the exemption for retail sales of food, to use that as the threshold. The NAICS code was not used, given that it's more of a subjective exercise in terms of assigning the NAICS codes and not viewed as precise and as auditable a standard as is the percentage of sales. That being said, there's possibilities for a different threshold mark that could be applied through an amendment or some other measure, or a NAICS standard could be used with the understanding that, at least from the administrative perspective, it perhaps is not as clearly auditable as what's currently in the bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales. Any other comments from you, Councilmember Morales? Okay, appreciate it. Councilmember Sawant, to wrap us up.
Thank you, Councilmember Mosqueda. Just very quickly, first of all, and I had other clarifications as well in a bit, but on the question you asked and the question from Councilmember Morales about whether the payroll portion of the language and the exemption for the grocery stores is the same as House Bill 2907 or 2948, I second everything that Tom is saying, but just from my standpoint as one of the sponsors of the bill, the intent of my office has been for both things, for payroll and grocery, that we use the same language as the House bill, and for the grocery stores, and the tax revenue and the tax rate were calculated assuming that grocery stores would not be taxed. We've since then heard from the Grocery Association who's claiming that indeed they would be taxed under the legislation. They have not substantiated their own claim, which we're asking them to. But at the same time, as Tom said, my office has reached out to central staff already to see if we can clarify the language any further. And on that note, I'll also mention that we've also asked central staff to draft an exemption for home care agencies. And on the grocery stores, just one last point is that we've also reached out to the UFCW, which is the union representing grocery store workers, for their perspective on what is needed in order to clarify the language. And on the referendum, I realized I didn't fully explain my point about why emergency clause and how that relates to other things that have been speculated in the media. One of the media speculations has been that the legislation was drafted in this way in order to avoid referendum. I just wanted to clarify that that is not true. As I said before, it is truly an emergency. Whether anybody agrees with me or not on the Amazon tax, I think there will be broad agreement that we are truly in an emergency, and ordinary people are facing a triple emergency. And the whole point was to immediately provide cash assistance, and that's why the effective date being June 2020, because we feel like even a month's delay will be a big deal for people who are right now wondering whether they can even afford food for their children. And that's not hyperbole, that's actually what's happening to people. So the question of losing $40 million for that month from June effective date, that's a question. And on the referendum, big business back referendum, I just wanted to say I'm very confident that we would win that election, just like we had just like we did last year when Amazon tried to buy the city council elections. But there is a question of delay here again. We would have to wait until after November, in all likelihood, till 2021, before we can send out COVID relief checks, which would obviously, I think everybody would agree, that would just be way too late for many, many people, and their lives would have been just gravely impacted. And I'll also note that, in the Great Depression, the help for people didn't come until 2 or 3 years into the crisis, and the wave of evictions and foreclosures and drop in home construction hit its peak before then. And you can see that from the University of Washington's project, Great Depression in Washington State project. They note that actually that delay had a big impact on people. And so hopefully we're not going to engage in that kind of delay. So I just wanted to explain the motivation behind that. And then on the question of the question that Councilmember Lewis asked about the adjustments that would need to be made if there are certain companies that may not fit into the threshold given the impact on the prices. Obviously, a lot of things are unknowable. In addition to that, we are also unable to predict what kind of positive impact will be experienced by those same big businesses as a result of the record-breaking federal stimulus that they have got, the monetary policy stimulus, and state and local fiscal aid. So, we don't know how those considerations will impact 2021 payrolls either for those businesses. And so all of those uncertainties are wrapped around this in what Tom was reporting about the tax rate. That the tax rate estimate of 1.3% applies a 12% reduction to the payroll base, which is a conservative reduction because the true extent of the impacts will not be known. On the questions on interfund loans, I think all of the clarifications should be engaged in, and I really appreciate that. But I just, for the benefit of the viewing public, I want to point out that there's been a lot of questions from council members on interfund loans, but I just want to remind members of the public that these are routine functions, and also any interfund loan that lasts longer than 90 days requires council approval. And by that measure, many of us who've been on the council for several years, we have voted on interfund loans as a routine measure, as a council. And I don't remember even a single instance really offhand where it was controversial. So I just wanted to make that point. There's nothing unusual about having an interfund loan. And also there have been questions about when the taxes are going to be paid, when the money will be spent. I just wanted to also point out again, this is for the viewing public, that this is again no different from how the city does its taxing and spending as usual. And also for ordinary people, when you pay your federal income taxes, you pay in April for the previous year. So in other words, the city collects the taxes in February of each year, but then spends the revenues in the previous year. We do this for sales taxes, gas, and so on. So all of the city's revenues are consolidated in a cash pool. Each fund knows how much it's entitled to, but it's one pool. So you spend the money in 1 year knowing that you will replenish the pool the following year. And I just wanted to thank Dan Eder for this explanation that we received from him offline, because we were hearing that question quite a bit from a lot of sources. So I just wanted to add that clarification.
Thank you very much. Council colleagues, it is 1:02 p.m. and we've covered a lot of ground, including going through one of the presentations twice to ensure that the viewing public and our council colleagues could hear it. Hearing no additional questions, please speak up now if you have them. We will assume that if you have any additional questions, that those get sent by Friday this week to Sejal Parikh, my chief of staff, and Kirsten as well in central staff, the director of central staff, so that we can make sure that those questions get responded to. I want to thank in advance Allie and Tracy, who were with us last week and did field a number of questions for us offline. They are prepared to walk through those questions as well the next time we meet. So apologies that we did not get a chance to hear from them today, but I feel like we've covered a lot of ground. I am looking forward to having future conversations with additional stakeholders who did not get a chance to chime in today. We understand there was a lot of people who wanted to comment publicly, and I'll be following up with some folks to make sure that we get a chance to hear from people in our next public hearing, or sorry, public testimony a little bit longer. And I do appreciate all of your time and participation to stakeholders across Seattle for continuing to engage in this discussion. Council colleagues, you've been generous with your time as well. 3-hour meeting is greatly appreciated. And again, please a reminder to send any questions that you have to the staff by Friday at noon. We've reached the end of the agenda, so our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, May 13th at 10 a.m. If there's no other questions or comments, today's meeting will be adjourned. Thank you, council colleagues, for all of your time. I hope you enjoy some of the sunshine out there and stay home and stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.